Just for the record, I'd like to note that Councilmember Fimbres is joining the meeting electronically.
I'm here, Madam Mayor.
Hi, Councilmember Fimbres. I hope you're well. So we're going to start the meeting with several executive sessions. So items 1 through 4 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Ms. Clerk.
The first executive session is noticed as executive session notice of claim number 29500 Velasco v. City of Tucson, and notice of claim number 29502 Alpha Towing v. City of Tucson, and related claims arising out of traffic collision on April 26, 2023 at Ajo Way and Benson Highway, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session, consideration of additional Colorado River system conservation efforts, discussion and consideration of terms and conditions for system conservation agreements with the United States Bureau of Reclamation and other parties, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 438-43103A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So move.
There's several motions and several seconds. So any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Let's go into executive session. We'll be out in the next 45 minutes. I need a motion to return to study session.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session with respect to claims arising out of the traffic collision that is the subject of the claims described on the agenda.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Your Honor, with respect to furthering our conservation efforts, I move that mayor and council authorize the city manager to staff to submit a proposal to the Bureau of Reclamation for additional system conservation by the city of Tucson in order to help address the Colorado River shortage issues. This includes the authority to submit a proposal to the Bureau that is consistent with the terms discussed in executive session and that would incorporate long-term commitments by the city of Tucson to help reduce the demands on the Colorado River. With the approval of this motion, the mayor and the city manager are authorized to sign documents that will be required for the city's application to the Bureau and whatever negotiations ensue.
That is a motion. May I have a second? Second. There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. So for the purposes of the presentations and the speakers that we have today, what I'm going to do is I am going to move item 11 to hear it right now. And after item 11, we're going to go to item 7, which is an update on strategies and initiatives to address unsheltered homelessness. So we do have a visitor here with us today, and I just wanted to respect the time of that visitor and that speaker that we have. So, Mr. Manager, item 11, let me call it first. Time has been set aside at today's study session to provide mayor and council an opportunity to discuss the recommendations from the RTA Next ad hoc TMC working group. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and our visitor is Mr. Tom McGovern, who is the chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee of the RTA, and he is here. Not sure he has a formal presentation or comments, but I know that oftentimes many of you have questions, and so we've invited him to be present in case there are questions for him as the CAC representative. So, Mayor, I'm going to turn this over to Sam to go over his comments and a presentation that was included in your materials. I think as you look through it, I want to remind you, we haven't really discussed the RTA since the last meeting, which has been almost 6 weeks ago, and there has been some movement and some evolution to what was presented. I wanted to make sure that you are clear on what the conversations are, or how the conversations are evolving, as well as what looks like will be a recommendation to the RTA board in preparation for your meeting, Mayor, as the RTA board rep here in a couple of weeks. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam, and then we'll come back and make some other remarks, and then ultimately open it up for questions as you see appropriate, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. I do have a brief presentation just to walk you through the work that we've been doing over the last several months relative to the RTA Next plan development. So the RTA Ad Hoc TMC Working Group has been meeting several times, as you probably saw in your material, through the course of May and earlier last month, to provide a recommendation on the RTA Next draft roadway project list. We were essentially tasked with reducing project funding in the RTA Next roadway element by about $289 million. The RTA ad hoc working group was composed of one voting member from each of the RTA member jurisdictions, as well as 6 members of the RTA Citizens Advisory Committee. And we met 5 times from May 4th to June 14th, which essentially was weekly to work on this. Ultimately, this resulted in a recommended project list of $1.12 billion in the roadway element based on the City of Tucson proposal, which I'll walk you through the details of that here in just a moment. It's worth mentioning that the City of Tucson's proposal was issued in response to earlier proposals by members of the working group that achieved the target budget by removing half of the City of Tucson sponsored projects. So we took it upon ourselves to come up with a proposal that included our projects and kept them on the list. So here's a summary of the proposal that we moved forward to the working group. It included the reduction of RTA contribution on the ADOT State Route 210 projects by $115.5 million. We removed $137.6 million from funding of City of Tucson named roadway projects, including removing some funding from the Drexel Bridge, mainly because we're receiving funding through the state budget. Also, the removal of La Cholla and 22nd from the multimodal roadway element, which I'll come back to in just a moment. And then also the reduction of funding on 12th Avenue, Stone Avenue, and St. Mary's projects. And most of this was mainly achieved by rescoping, taking a closer look at the scopes of those projects. Our recommendation for 22nd Street and La Cholla was to move those projects to the safety and active modes elements at $38.5 million. And again, this was mainly done by reducing the scope of the 22nd Street project, focusing on safety improvements and active modes. Lastly, we recommended adding $70 million to the transit element for high-capacity transit project, and I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. The next couple slides just provide a little bit more detail on what those reductions look like. Again, here's the ADOT State Route 210 projects, and it's important to note that we didn't recommend removal of this project specifically, but rather the reduction in the RTA Next funding to $25 million for each of those projects. And then here is a summary of the City of Tucson projects. Again, the ones that stand out to you are the La Cholla Star Pass to Ajo, which you can see is a 0, as well as 22nd Street from Alvernon to Camino Seco, which is a 0, but that's only because they were moved out of the roadway element and into the non-roadway elements, which I'll cover in just a moment. So taking all of that into account with the City of Tucson projects, the ADOT projects, as well as removal of the South Country Club project, which was actually recommended by the Tucson Airport Authority, not the City of Tucson, we were able to achieve that funding target of $289 million. Now, in taking a look at those 2 projects that were removed from the roadway element, La Cholla and 22nd, you can see this is how it broke down into moving them into non-roadway elements, both safety and active modes, and those were the allocations that we recommended for each of those projects. So this all culminated on action on May 31st for the ad hoc working group. And it's important to remind you that the ad hoc working group, again, is not the full technical management committee. That is a smaller working group of member jurisdictions and the CAC. There was really 2 significant actions taken on that date. The first was confirming the removal or the reduction of the RTA contribution to the ADOT State Route 210 projects. The second was moving 22nd Street and La Cholla into the safety and active modes elements at $38.5 million. Both actions were approved unanimously. They were then forwarded on to the CAC for review and approval, and the CAC ultimately endorsed the draft framework by a vote of 9-7. A copy of that draft framework is in your material, included in attachment B. But I do want to talk a little bit about high-capacity transit, because that is the one piece that's missing from those action that was taken. So one thing that was unresolved is what do we do with the high-capacity transit project that we had recommended be moved into the transit element. We actually recommended this be a named project in the transit element as bus rapid transit, and this is consistent with the briefings I had with all of you. This action was also recommended by the Citizens Advisory Committee earlier this year, which to date has not occurred. It is worth mentioning that the working group did delay action on the BRT request until the CAC and TMC could move into the discussion of the non-roadway elements for RTA Next. Mainly, our discussions have been around the named projects and the roadway elements. And so there is a bit of an update that I want to share with you. On June 26th, the CAC met to review an alternate plan, different from the framework that the working group and the CAC had approved. And the key differences in that plan were increased funding for transit, including a regional high-capacity transit project, removing the contingency element, and also including the 4 deferred projects from the 2006 plan into the multimodal roadway element. You can see a breakdown of that alternate plan there on the right. I do want to note that that reflects a 0.5-cent sales tax, and that's important because the alternate framework was ultimately approved by a vote of 18-6 by the CAC. But the motion was passed with a friendly amendment to increase the sales tax to 0.6 cents, which essentially reinstated the contingency fund as well as restore the roadway projects included on the named project list. This is my last slide, but I do want to share a bit of information, a little hot off the press. Last week, the full technical management committee did meet. I actually, unfortunately, wasn't in attendance. Mr. Ortega was there, and he can fill any gaps for you. But the TMC did review both the draft framework approved by the working group as well as this alternate plan. After lots of discussion, ultimately the TMC did take action to endorse that previously approved draft framework from May 31st. By a vote of 10-2. The 2 dissenting votes were the City of Tucson, mainly because it did not have the high-capacity transit projects included in that draft framework. So that concludes my presentation, and Mr. Manager, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, Mayor and members of the council. So a few things that Sam went through fairly quickly, and I wanted to point out to you. The rescoping of this, of the projects was really an opportunity for us to look at what we could do to reduce costs. I mean, it was basically the goal. Unfortunately, the RTA staff was to have done that months ago and was not able to do it for whatever reason. And so we took it upon ourselves based on a reduction of City of Tucson projects that were recommended. So we went ahead and went down that path. The second piece of this, though, when you looked at, or when you saw the slide on the SR 210, that is not a rescoping. That is basically a reduction in the local match to be taken from the RTA Next. So that's an important piece, because what that means is those dollars will have to be made up by regional funds that come to the entirety of the region. That still is the recommendation that we have put on the table. We stand by that. We believe that is the right thing to do. We thought that the local match component was too great. The other piece I think that's important I think it was the second to last slide, when Sam was going over the 0.6 cents, that was a recommendation from the CAC. The TMC, although I don't believe took a formal vote on that, was not supportive of exploring that. The feedback that we received during that discussion was that there was not interest in increasing the 0.1 cent. I suggested that we at least give an opportunity to the CAC to explore what that looks like and what that means. I think the spirit is for the CAC to continue having those discussions, but that was not voted on specifically, at least not that I am aware of, that I saw. The last thing that Sam mentioned is that there were 2 dissenting votes. I was one of those votes, as was our other rep from the City of Tucson, specifically because although we made the recommendation, the entirety of the recommendation was not taken. It was only pieces of it, and the one that was excluded was the $70 million high-capacity transit project, which I had recommended be in the transit categorical element, which was not taken. It doesn't mean it can't be, but it wasn't as a part of that, and it concerned me that we haven't addressed that, and I think that is important enough to the mayor and council that that be included. Just a reminder on that, that is the exploration of the high-capacity transit component north from Ronstadt to Tahona Tadai up near Tucson Mall. That their alignments have not been established. That is still an exploration phase. We are in the planning process now. We have let a contractor, at least negotiating a contract on that. So that is moving, but I wanted to make sure you knew that was the piece that we're really focusing on. Mayor, as I mentioned, Mr. McGovern is here, and we'd all be happy to answer questions as you see appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'd like to invite Mr. McGovern, the chair of the CAC, to just report to us just what has transpired in the conversations at the CAC and where we are. And if you're open to questions from mayor and council, let us know. Go ahead, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. I don't really have a lot to add to Sam and Mike's presentations. I will tell you that it's been a difficult process for this Citizen Advisory Committee, but they've been working extremely hard, but it is hard work. I guess it would be helpful to go back to the approval that the CAC made for the TMC working group proposal. At that point, as was just mentioned to you, the vote was 9-6, or sorry, 9-7. We had barely made a quorum. We had 29 members and we had 16 present. And at subsequent meetings, the committee indicated that they were really not that comfortable, as certainly I, as chair, was not comfortable claiming consensus at that narrow of a margin. I know that there were some members who supported it and voted no, and there were some members who didn't support it who voted yes, as I was told by them later on. So I felt that it was important that we revisit the plan, and during that time, a small group of committee members put their heads together and developed an alternative plan, and that's what Sam had shown you a few minutes ago. And that plan ultimately did get approval with a big caveat, and that is that because of this frustrating process of trying to put 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag, the committee really felt that the categorical elements were being underfunded. Partly, I think, frustration from the things that happened during RTA 1 that caused the RTA board to have to suspend some of those categorical elements in order to complete the promised roadway projects. And in fact, being unable to even complete all of those, as you know, we've moved 4 of those projects into RTA Next. Given that background, it was understandable to me, at least, that the committee would just feel unable to cut the level of projects that would be necessary to further fund those categoricals, taking it from those roadway element projects, which are so important to not only members of the community, but to our individual elected bodies as well, knowing that their constituencies favor many of those same projects. So to make a long story a little bit shorter, the committee did approve, and at a kind of a 18-6 vote, as you heard, to move forward with the alternative proposal and recommend increasing the sales tax to 0.6 cents per dollar. And so understandably, that is not what the RTA board asked us to do initially. They asked us to deal with a 0.5 cent sales tax. And so we still have some work to do to respond to that original request by the RTA board. And that would mean, based on what our current accepted CAC recommended proposal is, that either some projects be removed from the named corridor projects and/or work be reduced in the categorical elements. So that's kind of what lies ahead of us as far as our consideration. As you heard, the full Technical Management Committee declined to support the CAC's alternative. And although I wasn't able to be at that meeting, I understand that it has primarily to do with the proposal to increase to 0.6 cents. And so as a result, we have quite a bit of more conversation to have. Many of the things that are within this alternative proposal that the CAC approved require policy decisions by the RTA board. So part and parcel of a plan that we would send to the RTA board would be suggestions and recommendations, advice, if you will, from the Citizen Advisory Committee about policy issues, including, of course, the half-cent sales tax, but several other things are also on the table to be discussed, and that'll take up quite a bit of our time, I'm sure, on Monday. So thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I'm more than happy to try to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern, for your presentation, for being here, and for your service. I know that it takes many, many hours of your time, and because you not only sit on the CAC, but you do the ad hoc, and you attend our, most recently started attending our RTA board meeting, so I really appreciate all of the time invested and sharing your knowledge with the community. How do we reconcile that? How do we reconcile that there is an alternative proposal that was approved by the CAC with a good chunk of the members present and with a good chunk of the members approving that alternate proposal? And how do you reconcile that with the TMC not voting for what the CAC has moved forward?
Well, I think there's two fundamental issues at play. One is the sales tax level, which the TMC representatives seem to feel very comfortable in reflecting the views of those electeds who sit on the RTA board, that half-cent is as far as they would want to go. That is, one of the big issues. The other is that the alternative proposal would reduce the amount of those named corridor projects from 1.12 billion that was initially established as a starting point framework by the RTA board down to perhaps 200-300 million less than that. It's a little unclear exactly where it would be, but it, at the end of the day, it would require the removal of some of the projects in order to stay at a half-cent. So I think those are the two main issues. The CAC will have to decide if they want to retreat from the proposed alternative and go back and work with the ad hoc committee's recommended framework, or if they want to push forward and further justify the positions that so far have had the most support within the committee.
Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you, and I would agree with what Mr. McGovern just outlined. I think Tom's take is fairly accurate. I think the piece that is still an opportunity is, what does that additional 1/10 of a cent look like in terms of the use, and those that how does it get distributed? What does it mean in terms of the completion of the projects? The one thing I will also suggest to you is that the RTA staff is currently going through the analysis of the costs for the projects. So all of the project costs are being reviewed again. And my understanding, at least very preliminary and anecdotally, those costs are very, very significantly more than what they were in the estimates, which basically means that we're having all this conversation, and we're going to have it again once those costs come in, and we're expecting to be higher because the pot of money, the projections aren't increasing accordingly. One of the things that I suggested that we could consider, the RTA could consider, right now the focus is on the pessimistic projections. And if you remember, when we go through our analysis for our sales tax, we usually use realistic, I think it's baseline and/or pessimistic. But we do it in a way where it's scalable, so that if we go after the pessimistic level, but revenues come in better, then we can scale it up, or the other way around, right? If we use baseline, we have to be able to scale it down. But it has to be done in a very strategic manner so that it does not affect the ballot promised projects. And so that's the tricky part, right? And so I think what Tom outlined was in the RTA 1, that scaling back was at the expense, if you will, of the categorical projects and categorical elements. And so that's what is been of concern to the CAC, was that a lot of these categorical element dollars were put into completion and delivery of the overall road projects. That's all, Mayor. Happy to answer questions.
Yeah, and my observation has been that the numbers put together and put in front of the RTA board for the named projects and the categoricals were a starting point, not written so that it could stay like that. It was a starting point based on the 2006 process that happened. And so I've heard some other of my colleagues mention that those numbers should be flexible, and we should be able to have our Citizens Advisory Council as well as our TMC look at the possibilities of moving those numbers around based on the needs that we have in 2023 and into the future. RTA 1 was put together in 2006. Conversations about it started in 2004, 2005. We're living in a very different time and have many different needs than what we did back in 2006. So I'm going to open up for my colleagues to give us input on this item. So any questions, any comments? Councilmember Cunningham?
First of all, Tom, thanks to the CAC for all the work you're doing. I know it's a yeoman's job to try to navigate through all this. And I think what we're going to find out is, as this process continues to evolve, it's really going to come down to whether or not this actually makes sense for the taxpayers of Tucson. That's what it's going to come down to. All of us want to see a package that's responsible, that the entire region benefits on, that also serves the people of Tucson. But if any of us, and I can't speak for my colleagues 100, but I know this is what we're thinking, any of us feel that Tucson's getting somehow the short end, if it just feels that way, or because you're going to see the support from this body drop a little bit at a time. I'm optimistic we're going to have the package that we're looking for, but I don't really want to go into more than that, because I think there's still stuff that we want and stuff that we don't want. Sam, as far as your proposal is in creative, and finding that creative, kind of that gap to thread the needle on that 300 mil, that's good work. I mean, that's what we're looking for. It's these creative solutions, but in the end of the day, we're going to be looking for all the little pieces we want in our wards. We're also going to be looking for some long-term sustainability for Tucson's infrastructure specifically. The bottom line is that we have some of the infrastructure we already need. In fact, we have different areas in Tucson where we actually want to contract some of the actual road vehicle traffic and transition to bicycle and pedestrian traffic. So we have these interesting things that we have, these needs, and it's really going to come down to how do we thread that needle to be able to meet both those needs and also preserve some of the infrastructure we have. I mean, it's great that there's an RTA project that the RTA built on the east side, right in Ward 2, that I'm really proud of, and that goes Speedway east of Pantano all the way to Houghton. I love that project. our constituents enjoy that project. But I want to be able to repave it, and I want the RTA to be able to repave it. It's not a big ask. It's a nickel, especially if we're going to go to 6/10. But the bottom line is those are the discussions I think that we're going to see as this discussion furthers on. So that's my input for today, and I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. Sam, could you clarify for the public too, in taking out the projects at La Cholla Boulevard, 22nd, and St. Mary's, where is the funding coming to continue to work on those projects?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. Yeah, so to clarify, for St. Mary's, we just took a look at the scope and we reduced the RTA Next funding for that project specifically a little bit. But most notably for 22nd Street and La Cholla, those projects were moved from the roadway elements list to the non-roadway elements. And what we would be doing there is focusing on those improvements outside of the pavement, mainly sidewalk connectivity, traffic signal upgrades. 22nd Street originally was a full-blown reconstruction project, including the pavement and just about every roadway element you see in the roadway prism. We did rescope that project to focus solely on those improvements that would be eligible for those non-roadway categorical elements. So all three of those projects you just mentioned are still included in our proposal in the RTA Next plan, just with different funding and located in different parts of the plan.
I just want to be able to continue conversations on that because we hear a lot from neighbors about the cut-through traffic on La Cholla and the congestion that happens at peak hours. And so I know in my experience from being in that area, a lot of that happened when the Ajo interchange, like intersection construction was taking place, but it's never lessened. Like people continue to cut through there. So I want to, just have ongoing conversations of what are the treatments that are needed in that area with increased traffic, as well on St. Mary's, because I know a lot of the issues are more safety related to people walking across the street. So how are we making it safer for folks in that corridor? I feel like we just keep repeating ourselves. So it's can be frustrating to have this item over and over, but the bottom line that $500,000 is not enough investment in our transit system. So as we explore ways to expand and improve our transit system with a bus rapid transit and increase frequency and service, we need to make this investment a priority for our community. So thank you, Mayor, for continuing to do that. Thank you, Mr. McGovern and the CAC for your steadfast work, and I guess we keep marching on.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. We have to look at transportation in the context of climate change. We just have to. This summer, it's been hotter on Earth than the last 100,000 years, and this may be the coolest summer that we will ever experience again. Transportation adds a lot to the carbon load, and we need to work on strategies that reduce that. So I'm very concerned when bus rapid transit gets dropped. I'm very concerned, like my colleague said, we need to make transit opportunities for people that use less fossil fuels. And that's the lens I'm looking at this and whether I will support the final product. And Sam has done great work. I hear from a lot of other CAC members, you guys are doing incredible work, and I thank you for your service. But I'm going to be looking at the product, and if we're talking about dropping plans to do bus rapid transit, there's going to be a lot of people that won't be able to support that. Thank you.
Mayor?
Of course, go ahead,
Thank you.
Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman, I thought it would be helpful because I've heard kind of that comment a couple times now already. Just to clarify, I sense, and I try to keep fairly close tabs on what people are thinking and certainly what they're saying about the bus rapid transit or high capacity transit projects, and particularly the one that we've been talking about here. And the committee largely is fully in favor of that project. And I sense that it would certainly make the list. Again, though, there's this conundrum. We have presented a plan that would greatly increase transit funding from what the baseline is and what the ad hoc committee presented. However, it relies on a 0.6 cent tax. And should that not be provided, then we really have to scramble for where does the money come from for not just that project, but for several others that are really important to members of the committee, and I sense to the rest of the community. And I will also say that the modernization projects, as we've come to call them now, where the city is really focusing on, in some cases, narrowing roads and providing all of the other amenities that are so necessary for a true multimodal system. Those are very popular projects within the Citizens Committee, and finding a way for all of those modernization projects to be funded has been something that's been a priority to the committee and continues to be a frustrating priority. But I appreciate your comments, and you have a lot of support for that on the committee.
Mr. Manager, I have a question. You and the other member representing the city of Tucson voted against what the TMC forwarded. I'll ask you the same question as I asked Mr. McGovern. How do we reconcile the differences between what the CAC voted for and what the TMC voted for? And can you explain to us why you voted against the TMC proposal?
So as I sat here and I listened to your question to Mr. McGovern, I was thinking, well, that's really great she didn't ask me that. But Mayor, I think there's a few things that are happening here, and I think Mr. McGovern and his co-leaders of the CAC have worked to try to come up with solutions, and those solutions vary everything from how do we increase the revenue stream to look at, and I'll use the term complete, a more holistic view of what would resonate, not only with the voter, but obviously what's the right thing to do. And I think that what has happened to some level is the linear approach of let's do the roadways first, then let's look at whatever's left at these other categorical components, and then we'll have a conversation around that, has been part of the challenge. We are now to the point where the categorical components are on the table and are being reviewed and will continue to be looked at. What I would suggest is there is, I believe we're closer than we were, and I would even say we're close. The challenge truly has been, it's the 11th hour, because the deadline that was established by the RTA board was July 1 for the CAC and the TMC to have a recommendation to the board. I suspect that with a little more time and more conversation, we can get to a point where there's at least more consensus. I can't guarantee you 100% consensus. As Tom mentioned, the difference between a 0.5 cent and a 0.6 cent sales tax that's a solution, right? That's an opportunity. But there are entities within the region that see that as an increase in the tax. And the conversation then shifts from a continuation of the tax to an increase in tax. And so rather than have the conversation openly and say, okay, voter and resident, does this make sense to you? Could you support it? There's a line being drawn. And that's hard, right? Because without even asking the question of the voter and polling it, it's hard to truly get that information. I'm not trying to be evasive. What I'm suggesting to you is the more holistic approach that we've started to take. The ad hoc group working together with the CAC, the TMC and CAC, I think made tremendous progress. And we drove it to a large extent based on the rescoping and the analysis that we did. But I will also tell you, it doesn't come without us swallowing hard as we look at, as Councilmember Santa Cruz picked up. I mean, we had to rescope some projects, and that's going to get people's attention, saying, what are you doing? What are you giving up, right? That's fair to have that discussion in a very open manner. Ultimately, I've steered us away from looking at percentages, right? I have specifically suggested let's not do that. It is coming close to the time when we need to start looking at that and start having a conversation around, okay, if in fact we're going to recognize the differences in needs, how do we allocate the dollars to address those needs? Because the diversity of this county, this region, warrants at least an understanding that dollars in one entity aren't necessarily used the same way in another entity. And so I think the shorter answer is time is needed and more conversation. And although I don't want to suggest Tom has, volunteered to do even more of this, I think there's still a little bit left to do on it. It's my opinion.
Well, I'm going to be looking for a couple of things. Updated cost estimates are going to be important for us to look at because that's going to define how the named projects and all of the other categories, including transit, is going to be shaped. I am going to be looking for recommendations coming from the not just ad hoc, but the TMC on its own and the Citizens Advisory Council so that we can move forward. Because at the end of the day, this initiative has to make sense for the Tucson voters. There has to be a return on investment in what Tucson voters believe they will get out of the RTA Next. If they don't believe they're getting a fair return on investment, this initiative being the biggest and most populist jurisdiction within the RTA, is going to fail. So I think that we've got to keep on working, make sure that we're all getting on board and that we all jurisdictions, get what they need to get based on the needs of their residents. So with that, I think we're gonna have to move forward. Vice Mayor, really quick, so that we can move on.
Just to clarify, this alternative proposal was approved by the CAC 18-6.
Yes, that's correct.
Who were the 6?
Who were the 6? I don't recall. I
Was
know
the
one
city
of,
of Tucson
I know one
and
of
Pima
them.
County? Do
Oh,
we-
no, these were CAC members.
We have
Yeah.
representatives on the CAC.
Well, the members of the CAC are not representing any specific location. They're there to, as we tell them, put on their regional hats. But
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. And I was one that voted against it as well.
Okay. Which projects were restored? It says restore the roadway projects, or with the TMC vote, are those projects now off the board again?
All those projects would be built under the TMC.
So everything has been restored, but rescoped?
Go ahead, Sam. Answer the question.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek. So the increase to the 0.6 cent sales tax is what restored all of the named projects. So the original alternate proposal from the CAC would have required there to be cuts within the named roadway element list in order to make the plan whole under the 0.5 cent sales tax. So right before that vote occurred, there was a friendly amendment to increase to 0.6 cent to, in fact, then restore all of those named projects and make the plan whole, including the increase to the transit element.
But that was rejected by the TMC, is what you said. So where do we stand now? Is it still a 0.5 cent and those projects are not restored?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, so the vote that was taken by the TMC was to, I'll use the term ratify for lack of a better term, what the TMC, CAC ad hoc had put on the table, which were our recommended reductions, did not address the CAC at all. It did not address that alternative plan that was put forth. So there was no vote on that. That was not put on the table at this point.
Well, people are getting confused by this whole process, and if to the question of taking something back to the ballot, if people don't understand it, they're going to say no. whether it's a half cent or 0.6 of a cent. What is the process for people, for the public to weigh into projects that are on the ballot, if it gets that far, well, let me rephrase it. I'm really glad to hear that there's now an open conversation about rescoping projects. We tried like hell to have that conversation with Broadway and the Sunshine Mile, and we were told by the TMC, by the RTA board, and by the CART committee that if it was on the ballot that way, we're not talking about it. We're not talking about rescoping. If this had been the conversation for the last 10 or so years, we might not be in this financial situation that we're in right now. So I applaud that. What opportunities will the public have to talk about rescoping projects where there are historical questions going forward? Is that still on the table as an option?
Sure, Mayor, Vice Mayor. So I don't know the exact public input or participation component that will be followed going forward. I just don't know. What I do know is what I've been told, or we've been told by the RTA staff, is that once the RTA board puts together a balanced budget for what could be on the ballot, those will then be taken out to the public and receive feedback.
Is there's a report in your in the material we got from the May 4th summary, the ad hoc working group, and again, another ad hoc group that I'm not sure what their authority is. They listed the 36 new roadway projects and then prioritized capacity enhancements, operational improvement, new roadway, and then modernization. Are the modernization elements, to your point, Tom, are those now being discussed in the context of being categorical elements?
No, not entirely. Some, as Sam described, a couple of those projects would be funded in order to make up the difference. They were rescoped or scope reduced, and some of the money to pay for them would come from specific categorical buckets, if you will. Okay. And that's one of the things I wanted to mention, that the committee has really been interested in providing named projects within those categorical elements, simply to try to preserve those funding elements. And so I think it's appropriate that those projects will show on the ballot as named projects, but they'll be at least partially paid for out of those
Okay, but this
elements.
matters though, Tom, because the committee, this ad hoc committee, prioritized modernization as the least important, and capacity enhancements as the most important. And I think you're hearing around the table that modernization and the elements that we see in our Move Tucson program, the BRT and all that, the modernization elements to the city of Tucson would not be the least priority. They would be the greatest priority. And so here's the largest populace and tax participant in the RTA having our priorities ranked number 4 out of 4. Mm-hmm. And that's an issue.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Mr. Ortega, and then we're just going to have to wrap it up. We're going to continue this conversation, I promise. But we have a fully loaded study session. So, Mr. Ortega, and then we'll wrap it up.
thank you, Mayor, and Vice Mayor, to your point, if you look at the voting on that, the city of Tucson voted, if you will, establish modernization as the number 1 priority for exactly the reasons that you outlined. And so that's really when it starts to bring it to a head, right, in terms of the needs are different in different communities. Because of our urban core, we need modernization as a priority, not capacity enhancement or new roadways. And so the conversation then gets very difficult when you go down and have a list. Now, that is the ad hoc priorities. Well, they're not, because clearly those we're not on board with that. And so as we voice that, that becomes part of the conversation, and to some extent the division that starts to occur when you try to force fit it within the confines of those 4 categories. So I just want to
I
make
have
sure.
one final quick point, and that is because this gets to the notion of project delivery. We are being told, this is with respect to Grant Road, we are being told right now that for phases 5 and 6, on Grant Road that the RTA is not releasing funding for property acquisition, which means essentially that project design is dead in the water. And we have an immediate need to start property acquisition, or they're not releasing the funds. And that's a big deal. If this project has any prayer at all of even being designed appropriately by 2026, the RTA has got to start releasing those dollars for property acquisition in phases 5 and 6, or we're simply not going to get there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Really appreciate your presence, your work, and really look forward to continuing this work. It's hard work, but we've got to get to a place where we all feel comfortable. You heard the feedback that my colleagues on the council have, and so hopefully you'll help share this feedback with the rest of the CAC.
And certainly will. Thank you,
sir.
Mayor.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to advance items 8, 9, and 10. Hopefully Economic Initiatives is here. Barbara Coffey, please come up. Advancing these items only because we do have also visitors and possibly other speakers here. So let me call them out as items. Item 8, time has been set aside for mayor and council to provide direction regarding the approval of the incentive request for Project Mile High. Item 9, mayor and council have been asked to provide direction regarding the incentive request for Project Rita. And item 10, mayor and council have been asked to provide direction regarding a site-specific sales tax incentive request for Project Orange. Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Again, 3 items, as you mentioned. In the interest of time, there is a fair amount of detail in your documents in the agenda backup material. So I'll keep this short. Project Mile High is the primary jobs incentive economic impact analysis. We've received that. It's in your packet. $70 million projects, direct benefits do exceed the value of the incentive and will create 243 new jobs. That next step would be the notice of intent on August 8th before the development agreement would come to you on August 22nd. I do have company representative COO Glenn Opp and also his VP Operations Matt Trimmer in the audience, and so appreciate them being here today. Then Project Rita is a new-to-market large destination retailer. Project Orange is another large box retailer, both with applications in for the site-specific sales tax incentive. We're requesting direction on those to proceed to the economic impact analysis on both projects. We would come back August 22nd with the results of those analyses to review with you. For all 3, again, we have company representatives attending either in person or virtually, should you have any questions here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara. And I just wanted to allow for Councilwoman Lee, just if you wanted to add a couple of words. I know that 2 of these projects are in Ward 4, so if you wanted to add anything, you don't have to. I'm just saying it's part of your ward as well.
Perfect. Well, I don't know, Mayor, if it's appropriate to go ahead and move forward and make the comments and make the motion for item 8. Is that okay?
Of course.
Perfect. Well, thank you, as Barbara said, and Mayor, thank you for being amenable to moving this up so our friends can get back to their days. I'm really excited that you're here from Denver visiting, that you're moving forward with this process. The company's environmental and sustainability practices align with those of this mayor and council. The investment of $70.5 million in facilities and equipment far exceeds the $5 million capital investment required for this incentive. As Barbara said, 243 new well-paying jobs will be created. Over their first 5 years, this project is expected to generate direct revenue to the city of $3.1 million and more than $15 million to other taxing districts. Thank you for keeping Tucson on your short list as you look for your company's future, and I would love to be able to welcome you to the city of Tucson. I'd like to move that we direct staff to return with the development agreement formalizing the incentive project for Project Mile High.
Second. I'll second.
There is a motion and a second, a couple of seconds, I believe. Any additional comments and discussion? Councilmember Dahl.
Welcome to paradise. Even though I'll rail about it being hot and we have water concerns, it's a great place to live and a great place to have a business. We are working to develop some better strategies for preserving our water. So as you design your plant, I would encourage you to think about how you can incorporate that to the max, because water is so key for our future here in Tucson. And again, welcome to paradise.
I too wanted to welcome you all. Thank you for keeping Tucson in your short list and deciding to invest in the city of Tucson. We have many things to be proud of here, and our history, our heritage, our culture, and the conservation ethic that has been built throughout the decades in terms of water conservation. The city of Tucson finds itself in a different place than other cities in Arizona and in the Southwest because we have been able to be diligent about water conservation in the desert. Really love that there's some connections to the international market and our goals of coming to zero waste by 2050 in the city of Tucson. We have much work ahead of us in terms of climate action and adaptation. As you come to visit us in 110 degree weather today and 111 degrees in the next 4 days. We are taking incredible strides in the city of Tucson to really adapt and be a resilient desert city of the future. I have just one question in terms of water conservation and your work. The water usage of the company, and then just any possibility of chemical usage and the effects for the employees. So I don't know, Barbara, if you'd like to answer that, or if any of you would want to come up to the mic and speak to that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for allowing us to be
Can
here
you go
today.
to the higher mic, please, so we can, there you go. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I've been faked out before. But no, thanks for allowing us to be here today. We're very excited to be here. And first off, I will tell you that I am learning that I don't know a lot of three-letter acronyms that are being thrown around, but I think I quickly caught on. And a lot of serious debate going on, and I certainly appreciate that. But you know, on the brighter side, I think thinking about what we do, again, we're happy to be here. We're very circular as a company. It's a very good question, given the fact that we're into both kegs and also plastic pallets now, with a very large customer across the border, which is, again, a great relationship we have with Constellation, one of the top brewers in the world. So we take that very seriously. And not only that, I think the density of the customer base that we have, over 700 customers in craft throughout the U.S., and now we're also in Western Europe, New Zealand, Australia, allows us to lower all our customers' carbon footprint because we're not shipping as far as they would if they did this on their own. So back to the our effluent discharge. So all the equipment, and then we bring a lot of technology to this particular business, both on the keg side and on the plastic pallet side now, that we build in reclamation of water into all those processes. Whereas we use at certain portions of the process, we bring water effluent back to areas that we can control levels, and so we try and make sure that we're a good citizen when we use that. Pertaining to our discharge and our effluent, we use very low-level concentrations of cleaners, both on the acidic and the caustic side. So Eagle Pass, Texas, we have a huge facility, one of the largest in the world. There, what we have is a really nice, I think, very happy to step you through all of it, but wastewater treatment. And it's initially our effluent is only treated is basically pH adjusted, so that we're neutral as we discharge. I will say that sometimes there's beer that spills over into this because we decant. That can be a fun part of the business, but for those that are working in the water district or the water area, we always have a very good relationship with that. And we're open book. We would be more than happy to send some discharge effluent that we use currently today and make sure that we're there. So we're very friendly that way, and we're happy about that because we certainly don't want to put any of our employees in harm's way. So hopefully that answers that. Again, but we're very excited. We've had, I would also tell you, I praise your council here, because I personally have been coming down here for the last 3 years. And to your point earlier, I've looked at many other locations. And I think when we consider the community and the people in the community, so I've done a lot of research, and again, the people that we can employ, and also the connection with our customers, specifically in Obregon. And there's a huge connection there. They're very excited about this themselves. I will tell you that. And it hasn't been a lot of public knowledge yet, but we have released some information. And looking forward to really release
Thank you.
a big
Thank you
part
so
of it.
much. Thank you for coming, and really appreciate your investment in Tucson. With that, if there are no other questions, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Thank you for, welcome to Tucson. Anything else that you wanted to add, Barbara?
I think just now for Project Rita, again, we're pleased to have the interest of a new company, and so we're excited about that, and then also to expand our retail base. It's very important.
All right, may I get a motion?
Hi, Mayor. As you know, Ward 5 has been the economic hub for the city since '09. I make the motion to move forward and do the economic analysis of this project.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Barbara.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so we move on to,
We have one more?
Did you take the vote?
what do you mean?
No. Mayor, we need to do one more.
Project Orange.
More.
Yeah, please.
Project Orange, item 10.
As long as we're doing it, let's do two more.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Barbara. Sorry about that. I was,
Okay.
ready to kick you out
Well,
of here.
it's great to have this problem. Again, Honorable Mayor, thanks for this opportunity. These projects are fascinating and exciting for the city. Again, Ward 4 is going to see an opportunity at Houghton Town Center to start Phase 2.
Alrighty, we have a motion?
I sure do. So I don't think that this is super classified, since it lists the name of the company in the application in our materials, so I was always sensitive to that. But the residents in Southeast Tucson and surrounding communities, including Vail, Corona de Tucson, Sarita, and Benson, have been eagerly waiting for a home improvement store. After 18 years of hard work, Diamond Ventures has wooed Home Depot, hence Project Orange, into building a brand new store in the Houghton Town Center. This is a huge win for our Southeast region, especially the city of Tucson. This major sales tax providing anchor stores exactly what this development needs to incentivize the medium anchor stores to come invest and complete phases 2 and 3 of the Houghton Town Center. Thank you to Home Depot for investing in Tucson. I move we direct staff to proceed with the next steps in the incentive approval process for Project Orange and return to Mayor and Council with the results of the independent financial and economic analysis.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Okay, good job, Barbara. Thank you so much. Now you can leave us. Just for the record, we are moving item 5 as requested by Councilmember Santa Cruz and Councilwoman Lee, city government discussion of good governance, to the meeting of August 8th. So we move on to item 7. And let me read it officially. I have requested an update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons and how the city is addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is our, I'll call it monthly update for you on our efforts in the unsheltered space. We do have a little bit of a change this time, in that we will give you, as the materials outline, an update on the transition center with Pima County. We've got about 4 speakers available, and then we'll go through them fairly quickly, and then we'll open it up to questions, Mayor. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Marty with that.
Mayor and council members, we're very excited about the new opportunity with our regional partners, with the county, with the transition center. The transition center will help the population coming out of pretrial services that may need outreach. The center will have 6 justice service navigators, 4 from the county and 2 funded by the city. Those navigators will engage individuals on a voluntary basis immediately after leaving pretrial services, bridging them to resources that will encourage a focused plan to make sure that they make it to future court appearances, get in touch with case managers or other outreach, and try to prevent failure to appear. Many of the unhoused individuals that we have found on our outreach events do have a judicial nexus, so that we're hoping that we make sure that we can get them at this time and get them into services and provide assistance. I'm pleased to welcome Pima County Department Director for the Department of Justice Services, Kate Vesley. She's here to briefly talk about our new endeavor and to answer any follow-up questions on the Transition Center.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very eager to answer any questions that you might have.
Kate, I would love to hear a little bit more, like how this came about, because I know that I have been having conversations for many months with Chair Grijalva, and Mr. Ortega has been having discussions with John Lesher. We come together twice a month to talk about how we tackle the most difficult issues that both the city and the county have to confront. And unsheltered homelessness is a difficult societal issue. It has been happening for decades in this country, and it came to a head with COVID. And so, and other factors, right? Opioid misuse and other drugs, but it's very complex. It has behavioral health issues. It has so many layers of societal concerns, and we're dealing with it head on. It had never been dealt before, unsheltered homelessness, the way that we're looking at it now, inclusive of creating new programs. Like the Transition Center and the Justice Service Navigators. Here on the City of Tucson side, we created the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program. We created the Housing First Program. And then we created, along in partnership with Pima County, Mari's position, which is a regional coordinator. And so tell us a little bit more about the Transition Center and what it does, like what role does it play in the system that Pima County has to navigate?
Well, the Transition Center is very much a reflection of the collaboration between the city and the county. It's been, I think, part of all the meetings that we have had with Mari and Sarah and Chief Kasmer over many months that we've identified that there's a lot of things that are great. There's a lot of things that are moving the needle as far as progress, but we need additional services and supplemental interventions to be able to fill some of those gaps. So this is building on the good work that's already been happening. The Transition Center is designed to intervene primarily with misdemeanors who are going to be coming out of custody from both the pre-booking modular, ideally out of initial appearances too. So our first target population is those misdemeanors, hopefully expanding over time. And what we would like to do is be a conduit to care. So it's not a new service, it's not providing treatment and intervention, but rather it's connecting individuals with all the great services that we already have in the community. And so if somebody is coming out of custody, it's our objective to be able to provide some hope and inspiration. That's why we've hired individuals with lived experience to serve as those justice navigators so that they can come with a place of compassion and empathy and say, I have been there, I've been able to achieve success and recovery, and you're able to as well. And it's only because of our tight partnerships, not only with the city, but also with all of our community partners, treatment, housing, employment, transportation, all these services are coming to the table very eager to work with us.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that further explanation of what we're doing. Any questions or comments or input from my colleagues as of the presentation now? Alrighty. Doesn't seem like we have any questions, but I did want to offer the opportunity for both Chief Kasmar and Director Lanius to see if they wanted to to add any comments and reporting on the programs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to provide a quick update on the services that Community Safety Health and Wellness Program is providing to those who are unsheltered. As you know, we are really working at the intersections of mental health, substance use, and homelessness, and connected housing insecurity, really with the aim of reducing burden on our first responders. And I include in that our 911 call takers, of course, along with fire and police. As you know, the community safety care coordinators have been responding to non-emergency calls diverted from our 911 call center and connecting those callers with social service and non-crisis behavioral health needs. Since the memo that you had for today was drafted, we've responded to an additional 105 calls. So that's a total of 249 calls since April 15th that have been diverted from 911 and redirected to community safety care coordinators who are connecting individuals with sustainable social service supports in the community. At present, we're fielding about 5 to 8 calls a day. Around 30% of those calls require multiple follow-ups over 1 to 3 days, with a smaller portion requiring in-person engagement. And the vast majority of callers, however, right, 70%, are really able to be supported with some quick kind of direct information to help them connect with services out in the community, which is a really great outcome that we're seeing so far. From those calls, 69% relate to housing. 35% result in individuals being navigated to emergency shelter, including Gospel Rescue Mission, Salvation Army, Sister Jose's, and Primavera as some of the partners that we connect folks with. Closely behind these kind of housing and unsheltered needs, we observe a high proportion of needs related to financial insecurity broadly and food insecurity as well. And so again, we're connecting people with the right resources there. You have some information already in the memo related to our more involved care coordination supports that we provide to folks who are engaged with our mental health support team at TPD, as well as Housing First and Code Enforcement and your offices. I won't say much more about that other than, again, high proportion of folks who are needing housing assistance, including finding housing, as well as access to rental assistance and eviction prevention work. And again, we're working with partners out there in the community who are providing those services. I would just like to acknowledge that team has supported 250 residents through that more involved navigation work. And yesterday they celebrated their 1 year as employees with the city. So just want to give them a little bit of love there. We are continuing to work closely with our Regional Behavioral Health Authority and our Public Safety Communications Department to triage some of the needs of frequent callers into the 911 system. Again, 55% of those frequent callers have needs related to eviction prevention, housing assistance, and 52% identify unmet behavioral health needs that we support them with. And then I think also, as you know, we have a couple care coordinators who have been supporting the encampment protocol efforts and doing ongoing outreach and navigation supports to some of the Tier 2 encampments. So between May 7th and July 16th, this 2-person team was able to provide support to 202 camps and 180 individuals. They're doing VI SPDATs in the field that help folks to be able to enter into the housing service system, as well as providing direct transport to shelter, detox, or MAT services, et cetera, where needed. They also provide Narcan, fentanyl testing strips, and other material resources like clean socks, feminine products, water, et cetera. And so they're really directing folks to
a number of key partners out there in the community. I'll just name a few: CBI, Sullivan Jackson Center, Primavera, OPCS, Trinity Presbyterian Identification Services, the VA. The list goes on. And I would say most recently also connecting folks to cooling centers, right? Because it is very hot out there. So that work continues. Thank you again for letting me provide this quick update on the work of community safety, health, and wellness. Thanks. Chief?
Thank you, Sarah. Honorable Mayor, members of council, I think the team did a beautiful job of laying out all of the work since we've been in front of you last time. The only update I'd like to give you on behalf of the police department is, on top of the materials that were provided in the comments of my colleagues today, is the continued proactive work in your police officers who are being responsive to community feedback and complaints on places and locations in town where we're being impacted negatively by vandalism, trespassing, substance misuse disorders, and behavior issues. So with that, I'm pleased to report and very proud of my team. We are up to 2,359 narcotics arrests this year. That's a 108% increase over last year. And we're at 185 narcotics sales arrests, which is a 50% increase. So I want to be clear, and I think I've been clear with we appreciate the support of Mayor and Council for us to enforce the laws that we have. That is a part of a holistic system where there has to be accountability. That's why it's so important, and the timing is so important with the transition center being stood up, because we are putting immense pressure on other parts of the system. Again, through lived experiences and my role as a chief of police, arrest generally does not fix a substance misuse disorder, but it creates opportunities for us to invest resources in folks who are living in crisis. So couldn't be more proud of the work. We're continuing to focus on deflection. The chemical makeup and the withdrawals that are associated with fentanyl make it much less appealing and much more difficult for the patrol officers to talk someone into deflection, because it's just it's such an uncomfortable process to go through when you're trying to come off of that narcotic. So we're going to continue to work. We collaborated and had an hour-long conversation, my leadership team and I, today with Dr. Garcia, so we better understand the deaths that are going on in the region, how our activities or what's going on in the city, at the jail, all this stuff is interconnected. And so I continue to commend and applaud the Metro government approach. That's not happening throughout the country, and we are a leader in this space, both Pima County and the city of Tucson. When we talk about crime, substance misuse disorders, and behavior issues, they don't stop at the county and the city line, and they certainly don't stop in your wards and geographic areas. So through collaboration, I believe that will continue to have a meaningful impact in this space. And I'm available for questions as well.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Ortega, and then I'll open it up for questions from my colleagues.
Thank you, Mayor. Just summarizing a couple things that you heard. One, on the transition center, I have been working with County Administrator Lesher. We will be allocating 2 FTEs to work closely there. We don't know what the exact chemistry of that looks like, so as that evolves, we'll keep you informed. I will also be feeding you information as I get it from the county with regard to the center that's evolving and moving nicely. There could be an opportunity for a presentation in more detail in August, which would be the expectation, and we'll invite them if that's appropriate. Also, I think the underlying conversation here is getting the right work in the right hands. You've heard that many, many times. And I think as you see the transition, and particularly in the materials, away from having our traditional public safety folks respond to calls for service in this space, I think that's a better use of resource and ultimately a quicker way of getting help to those folks that are in need. That's all, Mayor. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Any of my colleagues have any comments or questions? Council Member Santa Cruz.
I just wanted to share that recently we had a neighbor reach out or connect with our office that they were struggling with the AC in their apartment building. They hadn't had AC for over a month. The family was having to stay at hotel rooms and enter into a dispute with the landlord over the AC and over the rent. And our staff was able to connect them with the care coordinators who helped them get the AC fixed within days. And so that was just like such a powerful reminder about the unique role that our care coordinators play in our community, because I know that a lot of the requests that come through our office or to me directly are also seniors navigating mental health issues. And I've always felt at a loss of how to navigate those requests when they come through the office. And so it's been such a relief to be able to have the care coordinators do the follow-up and the reaching out and making sure that those situations are taken care of. And at the end of the day, by diverting some of those calls from 911, we're allowing our police officers to answer the emergency calls that they need to be answering. So I thank you all for the team, for the work, the coordination. It's making a difference.
Well, and it's all about the ethic that we've started with in terms of the partnership that all of the departments, starting with Tucson Police Department, our 911 Communications Department, our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program, our work with, in partnership with Pima County, all of these the new way that we're doing, that we're delivering community safety is about putting the right work in the right hands and lifting all of the responsibilities that had been put on the shoulders of our 911 communication staff and our police officers, lifting those responsibilities and co-responding with the appropriate response to the needs of the community. So it is incredible work that we are doing, and as Chief said, not every city in the United States, actually very limited amount of cities in the United States are doing the type of work that we're doing here in Tucson, Arizona, with a super holistic way of looking at community safety for our community. In terms of our partnership with Pima County, I'm very, very happy and excited about this transition center and the type of data that it will produce, right? We're going to see what exactly are the needs and how we can connect with the nonprofit organizations that are already providing a lot of services. So I am looking forward to the data gathered. Besides the immense difference it will make on the lives of people, the data gathered by the Transition Center to be able to follow up with what the gaps are in services and how we can continue layering the approach of assisting the most vulnerable, some of the most vulnerable people in our community. So, Councilmember Cunningham, I believe you have some comments or questions.
I just wanted to ask a few questions because I think this is the stuff that we're getting. I'm real proud of you guys. We basically took on something that there was no manual written. There was no best practices. Everybody been kind of doing their own things for years. We're finding that out with a lot of different departments. Sometimes the word of the day for me is Tucson unique. Something that's Tucson unique. This is Tucson unique. Sarah, remind me, how many people have we pulled off the streets and put into permanent housing over the last 18 months?
I don't trust me to tell you the numbers for Housing First, but it's above 600.
I think it's 692 was the last time I checked.
That could be right. And I'll just add too that that's not including the 50 folks that the care coordinators were also able to get housed, right? So actually, I think, we are seeing a lot of work happening there.
And that's for permanent housing. That isn't even for transitional housing.
Correct.
We put another 300 or 400 people into transitional housing just in the last 5 months. We've also backbuilt. Once night's in and everything else is online, how many spaces will we have? We'll have over 700 spaces. I mean, I'll take those statistics over any other city. I've gone to multiple cities over this summer, and we've seen some significant challenges that they're facing. And I'm not saying we're not facing those challenges. I'm just saying that we took a very novel approach to it. I like where we are, and I like how we're defining what public safety is and transitioning into an idea that it's a community wellness and safety piece. Chief, I also want to let you know in my interactions with your team, we continue to have one of the best, most professional, well-trained police departments in the country. And I was going to ask you one other thing. I know that we're making some transitions about PSIs and some CSOs, and we just graduated an academy. How are our numbers looking?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Cunningham, I figured you might ask me that. I'm proud to report we are 5% increase of total staff numbers year to date and 4% increase in total staff people and seats right now for a 5-year average. And our commission attrition, which is the critical thing that we have to manage, is still remaining below 3%. Thank you for the raise that the staff received this month. All of that matters. The emails to them, the appreciation all goes a long way, maybe even more than the compensation. So the way that you've treated them since I've been here as chief has just been amazing. And in the collaboration with systems partners, as you all well stated, that recognizing that the complexities of substance misuse disorders and crime and violent crime and all of the things that behavioral health, the things we're talking about, are far more complex than just a police department, a fire department, or a 911 center can handle.
As we get this transition center done and we take a look at some accoutrements that we can put with our partners at Pima County as far as jail, but even more so as we look at what we can do next. I really hope we take a look at next steps in creating those other civilian positions that can augment. I look forward to the partnerships that we create. And the last piece, Sarah, I think this one's more for you, and you don't have to come up and I mean, you can stand next to him if you want, but if you want to respond. I think this one is for you. I really want to see our care coordinators and our team try to model, because it doesn't exist, almost that seamless piece between different agencies. We've got so many different agencies. That's one of the biggest challenges we've had with social work in the last 30 years was we had a lot of duplication, but it didn't really matter. It was good that somebody had 7 caseworkers. That was kind of a good thing because there was always somebody checking. Well, now, because the need is so much different, we may want to get back to not having 6 caseworkers in a room and just having 3 or 4. So I think it's an interesting piece. I think that the social work, I won't call it an industry, but I think the social work mission and the total social work mission is going to transition itself in the next 10 years. And I think that Tucson, like we're leaders in water, I think we're leaders in this work right now. And congratulations to you guys on all the things we've done in the last year.
Councilmember Cunningham, if I'll just tease, thank you to Mayor and Council for funding the professional staff investigators. I will just tease, and I'll talk about it next time, that it was wildly popular, and we got as much interest as we thought we would, so more to come on that.
Wonderful. Well done. Thank you so much, Chief, Sarah, Mari, and Kate for being here with us and reporting to us. Councilmember Dahl, really quick, and then we have to move on.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 quick points. Great program. I am so proud of what you're doing. In our office, 80% of the calls have to do with unsheltered people in one form or another, and people's concerns are across the spectrum from what can we do to help to get those people away from me? And our program threads that needle and does great work. 2 things we're doing I wanted to mention. We've directed some funds to the police department to pilot a bicycle patrol in an area where businesses are concerned about homeless, and I think that might show some interesting results. Also, we've partnered with St. Francis Church to open up an afternoon cooling center for the unsheltered in our community room. We looked at our calendar, we had 1 meeting for 3 months. And so it's being used to beneficial purpose with staffing and services, and it's been really successful. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you.
Councilmember Dahl, and thank you all for your hard work. It is absolutely about unsiloing our work, and it is really tangible results that we are seeing. So thank you all. Really appreciate your work. Thank you. What I'll do next is I'm going to give us a 5-minute break so we can stretch the legs and then come back to item 6, I believe, which is an update on the Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action and Adaptation Plan in the city. Thank you. stand in session. We're moving to item 6. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive a quarterly update on Tucson Resilient Together implementation program. And I just wanted to open up the item to really set the tone in terms of where we're moving towards. We all know the history of the fast and furious work that has been done by this mayor and council in terms of climate action and adaptation. I just wanted to personally thank President Biden and the Biden-Harris administration for really pushing on the Inflation Reduction Act. This administration is investing unprecedented funding for climate action, which is significantly supporting our implementation of City of Tucson's climate goals. Most recently, we announced a $21.4 million from the FTA coming directly from the Inflation Reduction Act to transition our Suntran fleet to low or no emissions. By 2025, we will have a low to no emission fleet. Right now, as we speak, we have the largest EV fleet in the entire southwestern United States. And as we all know, transportation produces 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. Being able to remove those emissions from our city is important, not just for our environment and long-term climate change challenges, but also for the health of our community. So I just wanted to tout that overall $48.9 million have come to Tucson the last 3 years from the FTA and from the Biden-Harris administration to fully decarbonize our bus fleet. $43.6 have come in from federal and state funding to remediate PFAS in our system and to make sure that we have water resiliency in our city. What I'd like to make sure that we try and focus on, especially right now, Mr. Tamir, is our plans for heat resiliency. For me, prioritizing heat resiliency in the face of a warming planet and at the temperatures the heat that we are feeling now is super important. As we implement Tucson Resilient Together, I will prioritize increased funding in heat resiliency. I'm really happy that our climate action team is working on creating a heat mitigation and resiliency strategy. And as we're experiencing the hottest days on Earth, we need to invest in resiliency hubs, cooling corridors, cool roofs, shaded bus stops, improving cooling centers, and we also need a strong education campaign to prevent heat fatalities. Continue working with the state and federal government to impose heat-related rules for workers in our communities and make sure that we are creating a heat resiliency and adaptation strategy for our entire community. So with that, I will give the mic over to Mr. Tim Tamir that will give us an update as to where we are with Tucson Resilient Together, our climate action plan. Mr. Tamir.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. This is the first quarterly update on implementation of Tucson Resilient Together since you adopted it in March and approved the implementation plan in April. The written memo provides more detailed information, and I am going to touch on just a few highlights at the table here. First, our very first action was to form a climate function, and our climate action team is established. It's 16 staff members across the organization right now, currently working together to implement Tucson Resilient Together in concert with mayor and council, stakeholders, and staff across the organization. Critical to that is leadership of that function. We have begun the process of hiring the city's first chief resilience officer, and we're actually well down the path of that, and we've actually got some final assessments scheduled for next week with 4 finalists, and you should be receiving a placeholder calendar invite to mayor and council and other stakeholders here shortly. We did conduct a nationwide recruitment, had a number of strong candidates. We convened a panel of various stakeholders to interview the top 8, and from there we selected the 4 to come here to Tucson and interact with you all before we make a final recommendation on our Chief Resilience Officer. So this may be my last quarterly update to you before the new person starts. Mayor, you mentioned the Biden administration and the funding that's come to the city. One that was still under review at the writing of the memo is the Resilient and Efficient Codes, or RECI grant. We have recently received word that our consortium has been selected to receive $3.6 million toward that effort, which doesn't sound all that exciting, but what it really does is moves us into a position where the buildings yet to be developed in Tucson are done in a climate resilient fashion. So it would be to develop a Southwest adapted climate resilient building code that could be adopted or even modified and adopted by jurisdictions across the Southwest to make sure that the buildings of the future are more climate resilient, decarbonized, things of that nature. So we can't even keep up with the press releases because the grants are just rolling in. I don't want to jinx us, but that one is fresh off the presses. You mentioned the heat mitigation and resilience strategy. That is underway with the climate action team, and closely related to that is efforts toward beginning the planning and then implementation of resilience hubs. And a climate resilience hub is more than just a cooling center. We have those now. We have cooling centers now. And in fact, some of the work we're doing has attracted the attention of some of our legislators in the Southern Arizona delegation that are going to come out and visit us and see the work we're already doing with our cooling hubs. That's coming soon. But the next step is to turn them into resilience hubs, which can include things like off-grid power, or the ability to charge electric vehicles, or having even electric vehicles charge the building. There's a lot of things that could play out in a climate resilience hub. And Savannah Martinez, who is our interim emergency manager for the city, is leading up a grant proposal to seek funding to do the planning effort for Tucson. Because it sounds very simple, but trust me, it's very complex. Where do you put them? What do you have? How do people get to and from them? Will people utilize them? That can depend on where you place them, or who even owns the property that they're located. So we're hopeful to get that submitted soon, and then get funding in order to do that planning effort, and then start implementing them across Tucson. We also have already started the process of doing in-house energy audits with the Energy Star system. We're working through our largest buildings first, but eventually we'll get through the entire inventory. And then subsequent to that is you do an audit, do you implement the recommendations? And we're committed to actually going down the path of making sure that those get prioritized and implemented. In addition, we've been developing a request for proposals for services to conduct a comprehensive energy sources study. This captures a lot of the big picture items about how does the city get its energy, from what sources and in what ways, currently and in the future, so that mayor and council can make informed decisions around that space. That work's going to take a few months to play out, but it is in process. Finally, we're receiving questions and suggestions from the public really about how can the public remain involved during implementation. We're very excited about how the plan was developed and the equity-centered approach and the openness in how it was developed. How does that carry forward through implementation? So I'll remind folks of a couple things, and then I'll bring up the newer item. The reminders are we'll continue with our relationship building with our 7 community partners that we developed through the development of Tucson Resilient Together. That includes Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, International Indian Treaty Council, Local First Arizona, the NAACP Tucson branch, Paisanos Unidos, the San Javier Co-op Farm, and the Southside Workers Center. That work continues. We also have citizen voices that are included on both the Mayor's Climate Action Advisory Council and the city's very own Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability, or CCES, and making sure that we keep that council and that commission populated with its appointees are important. But I'll end with, Mayor, you've asked us to also create an open environment for people with an interest in climate work and an interest in the deployment of Tucson Resilient Together to convene public listening sessions that are open to all, available to people to come, get updates on climate action, but more importantly, provide their input, have their questions answered. We're targeting doing that on a approximately quarterly basis, with convening the first one late summer or early fall, and also with the intent of our Chief Resilience Officer being on board in order to help engage from the very beginning. So we're off to a start. We've made progress in a lot of areas, and the work continues.
Thank you, Mr. Tamir. I just want to add that in the work that I have been doing as mayor, in terms of really diligently working hand in hand with our congressional delegation, very specifically Senator Kelly, Senator Sinema's office and their staffs, our congressional partners, Congressman Grijalva, and others in our delegation. I have equally been diligently working with our incredible team here in the city of Tucson that is being led by Mr. Tamir. The city departments have been incredible in terms of the coordination through the city manager's office to take a look at the grants that are being put out by the federal government. And we have been very diligent and aggressive in applying for those grants, and that a lot of the credit of receiving the grants, besides our partnership with our congressional delegation, is the excellent grants written by our team members. So a lot of work being put into this effort, more than $80 million that we are investing in our climate action plan, and very proud of the work that we're doing. Looking forward, as I said, I'm looking forward to our strategy for heat resiliency, and I'd like to invite my colleagues on the council to see if they have any comments or questions on this particular item. Council Member Santa Cruz.
Do we have a time frame for when we will start the hiring process for the Chief Resiliency Officer?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, the process has begun, and actually the finalists will be in town next week. So we're very close to actually making a recommendation for a hire there.
Okay, and then I'm sure that this is probably on y'all's radar already, but are we applying for the Solar for All grant that the EPA is putting out?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, it is our intention to recommend an application for that. We don't have the details of that yet, but the team is working on a proposal there.
Okay, well, thank you all for the work, Mayor and Tim.
It's a good team. Any other comments, questions, advice, observations? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Tim. Really good work. I'm looking forward to the interviews of our 4 finalists, and looking forward to continued input from our community. So with that, we're moving on to item 12. Let me just read it into the record. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to review and discuss the concept map demonstrating opportunities at the Randolph complex. I just wanted to kind of open up this item by reminding the community that this is a concept that I've been working on for quite some time, along with my colleagues on the council. We have been wanting to reimagine what is possible at Reed Park. And one of the questions that I've had for a few years now is how do we reimagine Randolph North and Delaware golf courses? One of the initial steps that we took was putting aside on Proposition 407 $5 million for irrigation, to update the irrigation at Randolph. But to kick it even further, to kick that dream further in terms of the assets that we have, the resources that we have at Reed Park, Randolph, and Delaware, we understood, very specifically, we as in, I understood, along as with Parks and Recreation, our city manager and others, that Randolph and Delaware needed a refresh, investment in our resources, and we needed to reimagine the services that it provides our community and our tourists. One of the questions that I've asked was, how do we get a win-win-win out of reimagining how we use Randolph and Delaware for our community? We all know that we have a walking path surrounding Reed Park, Randolph, and Delaware that, even though it served its purposes, is not up to par in terms of safety and what we need it to do. We know that the clubhouse needs investment. We know that we need to invest in both Randolph and Delaware. And so part of the conversation that we were having in terms of Reed Park, I requested that we really look at the entire complex, because Reed Park, Randolph, and Delaware are our central park. They belong to all of us. And so the big piece of what I wanted to accomplish with reimagining these spaces is that, can we provide a safer pedestrian and bicycle route? Can we provide additional open spaces for the community to enjoy? Can we update Randolph and Delaware, possibly Randolph for PGA level? And can we look at our clubhouse so that we can invite the community into the clubhouse, reimagine it, update it, and make it part of not just the neighborhood, but of the assets that we all have in the city of Tucson? I'm excited by the possibilities of what we have in front of us, and look forward to continue discussing, now that we have an idea, a concept in front of us that I have heard from the community is a possible win-win situation. How do we move forward to institutionalize and make these changes a reality? So with that, I'm going to throw it over to you, Mr. Ortega, so that you can lead this conversation.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So this is a follow-up to the conversation that we all had with the, or with regard to the Reed Park Master Plan. If you remember the conversations around that, there was a lot of discussion about the ball fields and other amenities that were either proposed or proposed to be removed. And so there was a lot of conversation around that. An offshoot of that was this conversation around the golf. And at the time, there have been conversations about different configurations for the golf courses, up to and including elimination of holes. That is not on the table. I want to make sure that we're clear up front. It is basically looking at the existing 36 holes with a potential reconfiguration and including some open space. In your materials, we outline what the process was that we went through and some of the pieces to that, as well as a concept map. So there's a concept map in your materials if you wanted to refer to that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tim and Lara for more info and some background.
Get it close enough. Good afternoon, Mayor, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm really pleased to come back to you with what we call an opportunity plan. We took to heart the December meeting when we talked about the Reed Park Master Plan process that had started in May and pretty much concluded in about December timeframe with a lot of public engagement, which through that public engagement, we did hear indication of a desire of enhanced connectivity from Alvernon over to Reed Park, improvements of the David Bell multi-use path, and then also a little bit of hint of conversation around golf. So allowing us the opportunity to continue utilizing Sasaki, the same firm, to come back and explore, do a feasibility study of the Randolph Golf Complex and Park was an interesting endeavor. What we basically did is identified 5 different groups of stakeholders to host over at Randolph. So we did that March 24th and 25th. So we set up invitations by kind of topic. So departments, we invited your staff. We also invited Reed Park Zoo to be part of the conversation. We learned a lot from history and asked them to also come and have a seat at the table. We then also connected with golf users, current golf management, neighborhood association representatives, and also reached out to those that were engaged in the Reed Park Barnum Hill community conversation process, as well as recreation users from runners, disc golf, Audubon Society, the like, so that we really could have a good input session, an input gathering session on what people thought about the idea of exploring opportunity and what does opportunity look like. So the concept that was in the materials does incorporate a lot of the feedback that we got from those stakeholders, as well as assessing from a technical standpoint, both from landscape architecture and golf design, what really is conceivable. And the wins really are, how do we improve the David Bell path experience? How can we accommodate those, the kind of I guess a multimodal kind of approach, the walkers, the pedalers, those with mobility challenges that might be in a wheelchair, how do we accommodate all of them? How do we provide our neighbors pocket park experiences, greater access to open space? How do we preserve what folks really love about the golf courses now, but all admitted that it is an aged, both, infrastructure there is aged and needs investment, and there is interest in a championship course type level design or support of that initiative. And then how do we provide connectivity, better connectivity between Alvernon again and Reed? And an interesting note, how do we provide the birders more access? A lot of commentary came up about how now folks, I think the frequent comment was folks have to tiptoe through the fence or look through the fence. And so what you see in front of you also kind of meets or responds to some of that commentary. So happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the colleagues? Vice Mayor? And then Councilmember Dahl, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, just a quick question. Where are we in the process? They've produced this plan, and then is there more public input, and we go to a vote, or where are we?
So currently, we're presenting to you what, from a very high level review of the scope of work that we asked them to, the boundary that we asked them to look at, getting input not just from Sasaki from a landscape architect's point of view, but also from a designer who works in the golf industry, what is actually conceivable. That was what we were asked to do, and that's what we're presenting today.
Alrighty. Vice Mayor, and then I know Councilmember Santa Cruz also has questions.
Okay, and following up on Kevin's question, then before I get to mine, is what more public input are you looking for? And let me preface it by your answer by saying, I think this checks a lot of the boxes we were after. This does a lot. And I'm frankly pretty pleased with the outcome. It preserves all 36 holes. It has the enhancements to the walking path idea. If you're on 22nd or Alvernon right now, you're right up against the traffic, and this really addresses that. It honors the significant work that was done by the Pima County Flood Control District on Del Uric, and does not diminish the sheet flow containment that would happen downstream if that hadn't been done. And it does give the connectivity. Right now, people are coming across from the eastern neighborhoods, have to either go half a mile north or a half a mile south to get around the golf course. And so this really provides that cut-through traffic that we're after. So a couple of questions as to cost, timing, and the plans for carrying it out. In addition to that, we now know that the U of A is not going to be a player in terms of funding the upgrades to the golf course, which is fine. What are the plans for that? And I guess finally, I would note that water is about 20% of the operational cost for Tucson Golf. If we offer them an effluent rate, this is kind of up your alley, then perhaps we could use some of those cost savings to help fund some of the capital upfront costs. So kind of a hodgepodge of comments and questions, but I really think you guys have checked a lot of boxes.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, in response to a couple of those questions, first of all, from a water standpoint, there's another element to this shown on the plan in that we'll be developing a water treatment plant. This is an area of our aquifer that does have PFAS contamination emanating from Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. So the ideal location for a treatment facility, a groundwater well and treatment facility, is on the very north end of this park. So it's shown as the water treatment plant. That's an element that we do need to proceed with regardless of the concept map. And then in addition, we have the two 407 projects. We need to redo irrigation. We promised that to the voters, and we need to make some investments in the David Bell Path. That's a promise to the voters. What we'd be seeking from, and we would provide you additional information if directed to do so, is, okay, if we move beyond those base things, the water treatment plant, irrigation investments, and the David Bell Path, if we moved more into the space of this full reimagining and the concept map, we would need to develop some additional cost information for you, some funding strategies of which we believe they exist, and bring that back to you for final direction. But what we'd be seeking from you today is direction to keep moving. Because otherwise, we can pivot to just do what we've already promised, or we can pivot into the reimagining space. So that's what we're seeking today. With respect for a timeline, and then what the engagement will look at from there, if directed to move further down this path, it would be a matter of probably 2 to 3 months to be able to maybe refine the concepts a bit, but also then get you some refined cost opinions. That would be partially driven by, it's one thing to replace the irrigation, it's another thing to replace the irrigation and convert the north course into a championship level golf course. It's one thing to create the pathway between the two golf courses, but it does have impacts to the north course, which can be accommodated, and to the south course, they're very minor. But that's the top level of information we would bring back to you, is we would take this to one step further from a concept, and we would bring you the costs and funding strategies.
Okay, well, I would just like to move that you pivot to the reimagining as a motion.
Alrighty, so Councilmember Santa Cruz, did you have a motion?
That was it, that you pivot to the reimagining, take that next step. This is a great start, take the next step.
Before I accept the motion, I did want to continue with the questions and then go to that. So, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was looking forward to seeing what y'all had come up with. As I know, even though the park is not in Ward 1, many of us use the park, especially I spend a lot of time in the baseball fields out there with my son. And somebody who also rides a bike, not having that continuous connection from the Arroyo Chico has been challenging. So just having that connectivity goes a long way. I am curious, so this is a preliminary kind of idea, right? Like a vision board for it. And then the next step is looking at funding opportunities for it. That could include even Prop 407 or other types of connection monies or grants and stuff that we would go after. Well, I guess all I want to say is just like appreciating the work. Mayor, I know that when we were talking about Barnum Hill and the community that came out in support for preserving that area, that you really push community to think beyond just that area, to see more holistically that entire space and how it could operate. And so I hope we can do this well, so we can figure out how do we can do this kind of reimagining in some of our other golf courses and park areas. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Cunningham, I know that you had your hand up.
Just a couple things. As far as the championship idea, we don't really need to look for championship. We've got 36 pretty fabulous holes. But what we've talked about with OB is considering a championship route. We can probably take 18 of the 36 holes and create a custom route for golfers to golf the best 18 holes. Off the top of my head, like 15 on North, 17 on Del Uric, probably 1 on Del Uric. I mean, I can think of holes off the top of my head that are championship style holes. So we can put together a route for 18 holes without having to do a big capital investment. I mean, well, maybe a couple minor tweaks. So we already have that inventory. That was one of the reasons why I pushed on this. The other thing is, let's be honest, we're not going to be hosting the NCAAs, the Pac-12, the LPGA, the PGA anytime soon. And not only that, if they want us to, we have to pay for it. So I don't think that's worth it. I actually think having 36 holes that appeal to our customers, that pay the bills, that like Tucsonans enjoy every weekend and are packed, that's a win. And so that's why I like this 36 holes being preserved. I also like the idea that we're taking the middle of this golf course, these 2 golf courses, and taking that space we weren't using and actually repurposing it. We're adding some acreage. I'll add to this one other thing, and this is what I've said from the beginning. I like this. I think it saves us some of the money that we might have put into this and spending a lot more. And if it does, if there is some actualized savings, I think there's opportunities nearby. If we want to build more parks, let's buy some land and build more parks. I mean, I know that sounds, I know that the manager just went, no. But the point is that I think that there's spaces for that. I don't want to have parks where kids have to cross busy streets to get there.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have that. That shouldn't exist in Tucson. And so I know that everybody's thinking, okay, wow, we need to have a central park. Well, the smallest building in Manhattan is probably like 40 stories high. I don't think we have one that goes over 36. So when we're talking about it, it's apples and oranges. This is a way, I think this is on the right track. Both, I think Lane and Steve are right. This is on the right track and threading the needle on where we want to be. So I support, I don't care who makes the motion or whatever, I support the idea of moving this forward through the imagining process.
So this is what I'd like to have council consider. A motion to continue working on the details and the engagement of the community in this process, that staff continue to put a concept in terms of funding for this project, and that we consider the cost differences, right? If it were to be a PGA level, if it's not, we have an incredible golf courses in both Randolph and in Del Uric. But I do want to make sure that we have cost estimates that are closer to at least showing us what the cost to complete will be. That will include the driving range. It will include the investment in our connectivity from Alvernon to Reed Park. And so I'd like to make sure that the motion is thorough so that you all understand the direction that we're moving in. So I'd like,
That's totally
if you
consistent.
could consider.
Tim had said they're going to do a cost analysis and bring it back with different funding options and all that. whether it turns into a PGA level course or NCAA or knock out a couple holes and realign them. That's all cool. That'll be a part of the financial analysis that's done. So that's totally consistent with the motion.
Mayor, so I hear you. I've taken my notes. I'm clear on what you'd like to see. What I would ask is 120 days. If I can get it done in 90, I'll bring it back. And what that would include is refinement of the design here and cost estimates, including the funding strategies. I think those will be important components. And back to Councilmember Cunningham's point, I mean, we'll look at different levels so that way you can
Right.
see what that investment might look like going
different
forward.
possibilities of what it could be.
And then you can make a decision on that down.
Just so the idea fleshes out, taking the best 18 holes and putting them in a specific custom route out of the complex would be called like a championship loop if you're using golf terms. So I asked OB to actually recommend a championship loop in there. And you'd pay a little extra to play it. If tournaments moved in and wanted to use the whole place, they could pay a premium. But the bottom line is having a champion, the other municipals around the country, all of a sudden, maybe people come knocking, but I don't think we need to change a lot because we've got some great holes in that complex.
So that's all fine. That's all cool. I would say 120 days might be a sprint if you're also including more public outreach. We're asking you a lot.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Vice Mayor. Mayor, what I would do is let's shoot for 120. If I see that we're running into trouble,
course.
I'll let you know.
With flexibility.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
That would be great. So there's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And any further discussion? Councilmember Dahl?
Just a quick question. Thank you, Mayor. Has the Greens Commission weighed in on this?
We had the Greens Committee, we advised them before we started the process, and they've been updated, and they were part of the stakeholder meetings that occurred.
So as part of the discussion, one of the reasons why I was so adamant about pushing this investment in our own resources is because there have been ideas before. And whether it was possible partnership with the University of Arizona, whether it was possible partnership with Rio Nuevo, possible partnership with the Conquistadores, all of them have bailed. But yet, what I wanted to make sure we did was continue the idea of investing in our resources and the spaces that our community enjoys. And whether those partners are there or not, we should still ask. But the bailing of these partnerships was not going to detract me, and it shouldn't detract us, from looking at the investment of a beautiful resource that our community and tourists enjoy, and that, by the way, produces income for our municipal golf. And really enhancing what we have. That clubhouse could be a center of entertainment and community gatherings and quinceañeras, and possibly even a restaurant where we can invite a local chef, that we open the doors of that clubhouse for the community, and it could still provide sales taxes that we can continue investing in these resources. So the lack of, or our possible partners falling off and making other decisions for their investments shouldn't deter us for us to invest funds in an asset that should be invested in for the next 25 to 30 years. That is our asset. We own it, and we should be competitive with other entertainment and open spaces within our region. So that's one of the reasons why I said, it doesn't matter if we have partners in this or not. This is our assets, these are our resources, and we should think about the next 25 years and how we actualize and invest in our own assets. So thank you for working with stakeholders. Thank you for taking our ideas and really thinking of the win-win-win that I've always looked for in this space, which is a win for additional open space available for our community, a win for our municipal golf operations, and a possible win for our community to use that space for the next 25 years to come.
I've got one more thing.
Some fans over here in the audience. Councilmember Cunningham?
I got one more thing about, and this is, I think it's good to point this out because the Parks Department has actually done something that's really exciting. With the work of, with Laura and her team, they have taken a risk, and it's a great risk. They are going to install 2 new strains of Bermuda in 2 different parks, just to see how they work out. One of them is called TIF turf. It's the turf that's used at Glendale Stadium. It has a hardy thatch, it's thicker, and it should perform better in Tucson. And it's exciting, but it's still a Bermuda. It will turn brown in the winter. The other strain was developed by the University of Oklahoma State University. It's known as Latitude 36, and it is the first ever strain of Bermuda that could possibly stay green year-round in Tucson, depending on our weather. It'll probably go dormant, but only for a few weeks. But it will be green possibly almost virtually year-round. I asked that as part of this process, we look at the possibility of transitioning to that turf in different sections of Reed Park. That was the other piece I wanted to add. Sorry.
Alrighty.
Your speech was way better to end it.
Motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. You have direction. Appreciate it. Alrighty, we are moving on to item 13. Councilmember Santa Cruz, Councilmember Dahl, and I have requested an overview of the existing zoning and building code regulation relating to tiny home development. With this, I'd like to have Councilmember Santa Cruz and Councilmember Dahl open this item. Councilmember Dahl, would you like to open this item?
Sure.
Or-
You know, tiny homes can mean a lot of things. It can mean my house, which is small compared to people living up in the foothills. But the tiny homes part that I'm most interested in is creating villages to support people leaving unsheltered conditions. And there are some nonprofits that are trying to do this in town, including the Homing Project, the Hope Factory, and Boxes of Hope. So there's no special designation for doing this, and I think we should have some special designations for this zoning conditions. And I'm especially interested in just making it as easy, quick as possible for these nonprofits and getting out of the way regulations that are inappropriate. For instance, if we're putting in a small village for people who are coming in off the streets, they don't need a lot of parking. Assume that most of them won't have access to cars at that point. We've also been approached by churches. How does a church who wants to help this, how do they put in 4 or 5 that they could support? And that there's no real provisions for doing that. In one case, it kicks in all sorts of other stuff that they would have to do to their church. Finally, we discovered there's a modular tiny homes manufacturer here in Tucson. What's their name? Ideal. That hasn't found a way to get through the permitting process and have them placed by people who want to use them to build tiny homes. And it's not nonprofit. It's someone who wants to live in a small home, but they can easily do it in the state of Utah. So we're manufacturing the modulars here, and they're being shipped to Utah. So I would love to see our staff look at these, and considering the housing crisis and considering the crisis of unsheltered, there should be some pathways that we could make easier for our partners and for ourselves to provide shelter for people in tiny homes. Thanks.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Dahl. I feel like I've been obsessed with tiny homes or small homes for a minute now when all the shows started coming out on HGTV, including living in a camper with my family for a couple of months and realizing that living with 4 kids in such a small quarters doesn't quite work for me. But anyway, continuing to feel that you don't need big homes, big housing developments to be able to get by, also because it's not affordable. And as we are in a situation where we have limited housing vouchers, Section 8 vouchers to help, focus on our low and no income renters, but we don't have an increase in the number of homes that we can provide folks. So I appreciate the direction of wanting to see how can we do transitional type of housing or temporary housing for folks who are experiencing homelessness. But as I opened up with my earlier statements of wanting to have something like that for myself, and the interest for me was always like, how can you live in community with shared resources with other people? And so that looks more like housing cooperatives that are inclusive of tiny homes, so that it's not just specific for folks who are low income, but is more of a lifestyle choice where all income levels can benefit from communal and co-housing type of residency. And so I hope that we are able to expand that conversation as we're looking at it, so that we are adapting to the different types of housing needs or choices that people want to make, because I think it's not fair to just say people who are poor need to live in tiny, small homes, but that there are people that want to, live using less resources. And I think that should be an option for folks looking to do that too.
Well, I added my name to the request, to this particular request. I want to thank Councilmember Dahl for inviting me to sign on to this initiative, as well as Councilmember Santa Cruz, being a champion for tiny homes for a long time. As a matter of fact, when I asked our assistant city manager at the time, HCD director, Liz Morales, to create the housing affordability strategy for Tucson, tiny homes was on my mind in terms of the possibility of creating affordability through tiny homes. And I'm glad, Councilmember Dahl, that you started the conversation by saying we all have different ideas of what tiny homes are. I agree. For me, tiny homes are part of that housing affordability strategy for Tucson. And we know there are many different pieces necessary to solve our affordable housing crisis. And I believe that tiny homes are part of that possible solution. What I would like to direct the city manager to help us through as a next step is that we consider the changes to building codes and zoning requirements that will make it easier to include tiny homes into the continuum of housing options for all Tucsonans. And so are there any building codes or zoning changes that we need to consider to be able to allow tiny home development in our community? And not all tiny homes are affordable. There are tiny homes that are way more expensive. As it was explained to me by our city manager, the smaller the square footage, the more expensive it could be because of the cost to build. But I want to see if there are processes that we can start working on as a city to be able to allow the development of tiny homes in our community, whether they are affordable or just the lifestyle of having less square footage, or if it is related to transitional housing or much more permanent housing for individuals in our community that need those opportunities. So I don't know if we had a motion prepared, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then we can continue discussion.
I direct the city manager to come back to the mayor and council to the August 8th study session with the presentation to explain the current building codes and zoning requirements as they regulate tiny homes under various uses, Then as a next step, we can consider the changes to those building codes and zoning requirements that will make it easier to include tiny homes.
There's a motion?
Second?
There's a
With a
motion
quick
and a
question,
second.
is that timeline good for you guys? Yeah, great.
So basically, starting the discussion, what are our current building code requirements? What are our zoning requirements that might be obstacles to building tiny homes in the city of Tucson? And then where we go, right? What would be a timeline if we choose as mayor and council to explore the possibility of tiny home development in our city? With that discussion, Councilmember Cunningham.
So a few things on this. I think this is a two-track issue. There's issue number one. We want to get the wheels motion so we do it right, and we have this discussion feather out. But there's some immediate low-hanging fruit stuff we can kind of decide today. And I want to applaud both Council Members Dahl and Council Member Santa Cruz for bringing this item to fruition. Number one is, I think it's pretty, we need to first let everyone know that there's a difference between tiny homes and micro homes, or tiny homes and tiny shelters. The tiny home piece is the ones with a bathroom and a kitchenette. So we want to make sure that's what we're talking about first. The second thing I want to talk about is zoning. I think that right now, there's an appetite around the country to allow C2, C3, I1, I2, I3, R1, R2, and R3, maybe RX1, not so much suburban agriculture, and not so much R1. I think we'll run into a little too much pushback for that, but I think there's an appetite to be able to make all of those places zone eligible. I also think there's some exemptions for nonprofits that could go into them that we could probably discuss later, but I want to be able to put the TH1 part where you can get quote-unquote TH1 zoning. That means you can set up a tiny homes village. I want to bring that back by August 8th. I want to be able to say on August 8th, hey, look, as long as you've got a few setbacks, as long as the tiny homes are so many feet apart, and as long as you're meeting certain requirements, if you want to go to C2, C3, C1, you should be able to do it. I want to go fast because the housing crisis is right now. So we can do some of this stuff like right now. We can work into a design manual later about planned communities, about permanent communities, about all this other stuff. But I want to change the zoning piece now. I want to be able to say, if you're in one of those four areas, we've been talking about flex zoning for 10 years, and it never seems to come up. We either change directors, or it goes to a planning commission and gets lost in paradise. Whatever it is, I want to be able to say to people, if you've got a C2 lot and you want to put a tiny home village up, you should be able to. And I think we should go for that. I know it's ambitious to try to get that back in 2 weeks. I know we're probably going to end up needing an extra meeting. I'm fine with that. But if we put the goal forward now to go fast, I think we can get it done faster. And we can put some type of sunset on it later. So if there are intended consequences, we can roll it back. But the bottom line is we've got multiple people ready to build tiny villages now. And the idea that they've got to go through an entire rezoning, and we have building codes and zoning laws that don't even exist to accommodate them is ludicrous. So I think we should go like right now and be able to make that. So that's what I kind of want to see on August 8th. I hope that's okay with the two presenters, but let's be bold and let's get started.
I see some concern over at the city manager side of the table.
No concern, Mayor, just opportunities for improvement here. So the bottom line here is I hear you. I don't disagree with you, Councilmember Cunningham. I think we all want to go fast on this. My caution to you is, number one, there's a process. You know, the code changes go through a process which includes public input and commission and so forth. So we'll go through that exercise and we'll figure out the most expeditious way to get you where you want to go. What makes me nervous is the unintended consequences. And so when you start looking at those, even after we take our time and have that feedback, we won't be able to identify all of them. I will bring back as expeditious as I can in terms of the plan to get you to where you want to go on August 8th. I just can't guarantee you I can do what you're asking for August 8th, but if that is the goal of the mayor and council, I'm happy to go forth hard and get this done as quickly as we can within all the guidance that we're going to be provided by the code.
And like I say, I don't want to skip any of our public process by law and any of that. But what I want to say is that I want to go fast because there's an appetite for this.
Yeah.
And it seems to me to some degree, there's a unanimous, almost virtually unanimous appetite for this in the community. People want to see these tiny home villages. They think it's an opportunity for housing, and it also can increase some walkability and stuff. And again, if we're not doing R1, if it's not in R1, I think it helps us out quite a bit.
Well, you'd be surprised because even though tiny homes are different than accessory dwelling units, we had a lot of pushback with ADUs, if you can remember. So I think that the having the conversation with the community is good, but the appetite to be able to allow this type of development in the city of Tucson is there. I think we just need to make sure that we do it right and that we follow processes that will allow for input from stakeholders and community members. Any others? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I have a few thoughts on it. First of all, I agree that the appetite in the community is absolutely there. And to Paul's point, right now we already allow multifamily housing in R2 and R3. You can go and build a 3-story apartment complex in R2 and R3. But because of our code and both UDC and building codes, we have restrictions built in. If I want to build an apartment complex that has 75 units in it, I can do that, but I can't put in a 30-unit tiny home village with a congregate bathroom, kitchen, community center in the middle of it for several different reasons. So that, I think, is, again, let's, through the process, appropriate rezoning process. One of you mentioned parking. Somebody mentioned parking, maybe a couple. I generally believe we're overparked in the city of Tucson. If somebody is wanting to build a tiny home community, and Kevin is right, tiny home can mean a lot of things to a lot of people, so I think we're sort of using it as a generic term. Each unit should not necessarily need a parking space. If we're talking about put 15 small, under 200 square foot units in, you're probably not going to have 15 cars parked there. So let's not shoot ourselves in the foot and say, oh, by the way, you can't use your parcel anymore because our parking requirements are going to make that undoable. Do each of them need a bathroom? Are they self-contained? Are they sharing congregate space? We ought to have the ability within our codes to do both. So that, as Lane is saying, if somebody wants to live in it, it's got a kitchen, it's got a bathroom, it's a self-contained unit. As Kevin is saying, is it a tiny home community that has shared services? We ought to be able to figure that piece out also. The city of Portland right now, this week, is going to put in a community with 140 sleeping pods, they're calling it. It's about a 200 square foot unit that's got a bed and some electrical, but they're sharing community spaces. They've got a dog run, they've got a shared kitchen, they've got shared laundry facilities. Again, something we ought to be able to figure out how to do within our codes. Right now, and this is to Kevin's point about ideal, they're struggling with the Arizona Department of Housing. Is that as soon as you plug in electrical, it becomes a quote habitable space. And so we do an original, the Arizona Department of Housing requires a permit for their process and for their product. Then that piece is out of the way. Then they come down to us and we have to do a permit review for their actual site review. Then it's got to go back up to the Arizona Department of Housing again. But before they'll even look at it, they need to see that we've charged them and collected impact fees. We're making these things unaffordable through our own internal processes. And so again, are we going to charge the same impact fees for a little tiny home village that we are going to charge for that apartment complex? Again, let's get out of our own way and find a way to do these things right. When I have made the suggestion with respect to the ideal product that we take some of those review processes in-house, the pushback was that we don't want to take on that obligation for staffing reasons. But the reality is that we have third-party vendors here in Tucson who can do those permitting, those re-permitting inspections for ADOH on our behalf, and we can take that in-house. And so again, cutting steps out of the middle of this whole thing. We have modular homes right now. In fact, Ideal had to sell 40 of them to the state of Utah because their process was so much more expedited than ours. So here's another option, is that we have mobile home parks that have all these infrastructures built in. The reality is Sleepy Hollow out in Ward 3 had 68 units. When we got done with the site design, they're restricted to 40 units. And so if we're going to be doing our site reviews and restricting the use of those tiny home villages by a third, we're shooting ourselves in our own foot by saying we want these units, but because of our own internal requirements, we're going to cut the allowable units by a third. That's just inappropriate and it's unnecessary. Within Ward 6, I know we've got multiple mobile home parks that if we could say you've got the pads, you've got the infrastructure, you've got the plumbing, you've got the utilities there, plop a 200 square foot, which by the way doesn't require a permit anyway, a 200 square foot self-contained unit on there, and share facilities in the site, we ought to be able to do that. And we would upgrade the aesthetics, we would upgrade the living conditions of the people who are living in some of, I mean, I'm not speaking about Sleepy Hollow, but I know some of the mobile home parks in Ward 6 are pieces of crap. And we're asking people to live in those, and we can upgrade their living conditions in a heartbeat by making some of these changes. I agree with Paul that we ought to be able to do some of this pretty quickly. The zoning changes are a different animal, though. You know, that's a public process and all that. But some of this stuff ought to be pretty intuitive, and we ought to be able to get out of our own way and make some of these changes pretty quickly.
Thank you. I think that we've heard the sentiment of how we all feel, opportunities that could possibly be, bring us back, a framework maybe of next steps and options.
I wanted to say
that we
one
could
final
have
thing,
in-
and I forgot. Building
The
materials.
second time you do that, Steve.
I know that. Building materials. We ought to be opening the door to use of non-traditional building materials, obviously the bi-block, but we've got hempcrete, we've got straw bale. Let's make sure that when somebody brings a proposal to us that doesn't use a traditional building material, we say, oh, by the way, you can't do that in the city of Tucson, or get ADOH out of that conversation, so that we're opening the door for non-traditional building materials within our codes.
For sure. There's a motion, there's a second. We had discussion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you all so much for bringing this conversation to all of us. We move on to item 14. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive updates on state and national legislation and regional committees. And we have Andrew Green here to give us a bit of a report. Hi, Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, just some quick federal and state updates. First, in response to questions from Councilmember Fimbres, I distributed some updates on issues related to PFAS, the Postal Service, the Biden administration's efforts on student loans, as well as some updates on next steps at the state legislature. As far as federal items, as has already been discussed, we were successful in winning that energy efficiency code grant together with other cities. So congratulations again to Mayor and Council, as well as city staff and the other cities that we partnered with on that grant. I agree with everything the Mayor and the Deputy City Manager said about our grants process. We're doing very well, and I really do believe that we're set up to continue to do well in the future. As far as state-related items, we have a couple of vacancies right now at the state legislature. One is local. Representative and Minority Leader Andres Cano resigned his seat to pursue graduate studies, and so there's a vacancy for that seat. The Pima County Board of Supervisors will fill that seat. They have not released their agenda yet for their next meeting, which is July 25th. but there are some candidates for them to choose between, and we'll see who they appoint to fill that vacancy. There's also a vacancy up in the state Senate in a North Phoenix district. Senator Steve Kaiser, who I've mentioned before, has been one of the leaders in the negotiations on housing and zoning bills at the legislature. He resigned his seat, and the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors is scheduled to meet tomorrow and consider a replacement for that seat. The state legislature, as I've mentioned before, has had some long adjournments. They have not adjourned for the year, but their latest adjournment expires July 31st. So we do expect them to at least come back to the Capitol on the 31st. Honestly, it's unclear what their business would be on that date, but we'll be watching closely. There's certainly some perceived to be unfinished business. So housing zoning bills, as we've talked about at length here at this table, there were a number of bills and some potential agreements on those bills at the end of their considerations in June, but none of those got over the finish line. So we'll see if there's any new efforts to try to introduce some new housing zoning bills. There's also the residential rental tax preemption, which again doesn't affect Tucson, but would affect 75 of the 91 Arizona cities statewide. About those 75 cities collect a total of $230 million a year in residential rental tax. That would go away if the legislature approves and the governor signs a bill to preempt them, which the legislature did pass that bill this session. And then also Prop 400E, which is the Maricopa County half-cent regional transportation sales tax and plan. Due to the authorizing legislation for Maricopa County, the legislature has to approve that plan before it goes to the voters. There has not been an agreement on that plan as of yet, and so there's still some discussions about whether the legislature might take that up again when they get back into session. Again, just like the residential rental tax, that does not directly implicate Tucson because obviously it's Maricopa County, but sometimes provisions in these bills could have some effects on us, so we continue to watch those closely. With that, the only other thing I'll add is that we will have our state legislative overview, or perhaps status report if they're not done yet, with our state lobbyists, Kathy Sensman and Doug Cole, and that's scheduled for the next mayor and council meeting on August 8th. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from my colleagues? We're not hearing any. Thank you so much for the update. Really appreciate your work, Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor.
Item 15.
14.
Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull item K, the storm to shade, from the consent agenda because I have a short statement I'd like to make at that time.
And I would like to pull item Y to be considered separately. Any others? All righty, we'll move on to item 16. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular meeting begins, let me see, what time is it right now? Regular meeting begins at 5:40. And we will see each other right here in the next 30 minutes. Thank you all so much. Housing Authority will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Here.
Commissioner Dahl.
Here.
Commissioner Lee. Here. Commissioner Fimbres. Mr. Fimbres.
Let's move ahead.
Commissioner Kozaczek.
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Absent excused. Oh, he's here?
Commissioner Hill is appearing electronically, and Commissioner, I would advise you to mute your phone when you're not speaking, if you don't mind. Thank you. Chair Romero.
Here.
I'm present, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Item 2,
Monthly board report.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 20, dated July 18th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved, Your Honor.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 3,
Thrive in the 05 and Tucson House Master Development Agreement.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 21, dated July 18th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-22 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-22 relating to housing and community development, authorizing and approving the development agreement between the City of Tucson Housing and Community Development Department and Gorman and Company LLC, Gorman, for the Tucson House and Thrive in the 05 area and declaring an emergency.
Will there be a presentation from staff on this item? Hi, Ms. Chineka.
Good evening, Chair Romero and Commissioners. I know you have a really busy agenda this evening, so I'll keep this really short, but I want to make sure you have enough information to feel comfortable moving forward. We're asking today that you approve the Master Development Agreement with Gorman and Company, as this is a critical step in moving forward with the rehabilitation of the Tucson House. The MDA provides the structure to do some exploratory demolition and other pre-development activities, including obtaining the financing needed for the project, once we have a better estimate of costs, which the demo will help us do. So here are some key points regarding the MDA. HCD issued a request for proposals in 2021 to select a co-developer to help us create and implement a housing strategy for Thrive in the 05. The primary goal of the housing strategy is to rehabilitate the Tucson House. After an extensive selection process, Gorman was selected as the co-developer, and Sally Schwen is here today. She's the Arizona market president, and she's here to answer any questions on behalf of Gorman. Gorman is a very experienced affordable housing developer and has done rehabilitations of major tower buildings before, which was really important to the selection committee. The MDA is attached in your materials and is designed to focus on the Tucson House, but should we get a Choice Neighborhoods Housing grant, then it also includes additional projects that were included in the Choice grant. In terms of funding commitment, the budget that Mayor and Council passed for this fiscal year has $5 million in it to help rehabilitate it's our match for the rehabilitation to go towards the replacement of the elevators. In addition, we anticipate committing another $1 million in home funding when we get to that point. Should we get Choice, we're estimating about half of the Choice grant, so about $25 million would go towards the rehabilitation. So in closing, we know this is a major project and one that I take really seriously. I'm grateful we have a great partner with Gorman and Company. I promise to keep you updated regularly as we learn more throughout the process. And we know that this project is absolutely needed to help support a large portion of our public housing residents to have the quality of housing they deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Chineka. Any questions from the commissioners? Vice Mayor?
This might be a question for Mr. Rankin. First of all, I'm totally supportive and understand the process we've gone through, and it's been comprehensive and good. The agreement is a little bit complex. We've got Gorman as the developer, HCD as the authority. It's not quite clear to me who the owner is. It appears that there's an owner for each project, and we're having the property, and we're leasing the property to whoever that owner is. So could you explain the role of the city, Gorman, and the owner, the financial risk each party's taken, and if there are off-ramps that exist in the agreement, so if things start to financially spin out of control, we're out of it, and maybe why we're just doing this as opposed to selling off the asset?
Yeah, so I'm happy to jump in and also we'll ask Sally. So for the owner, this is a good question. So when doing these major projects, whether it's new construction or rehab, there'll be a new LLC formed, and that LLC will be made up of the equity investor, and we don't know who that will be for each of the different projects, and then a general partner, and the authority will be part of that general partner relationship.
Correct. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yes, that's exactly how these projects work.
Can you go to the higher, taller?
That's a decoy we
were
use
going to
to
switch.
fool people.
Oh, sorry.
That's just a prop over there. The real one's over
I
there.
was trying
There you go.
to duck down. Yes, that is, typically these projects are financed with low-income housing tax credits as one of the financing sources. And that's how these, the investor comes into the ownership. But it is a separate project ownership entity for each project, of which HCD and Gorman would be partner with the investor. So that's very typical of these projects.
One thing I would add to that is that the city of Tucson owns the land, or in the case of the Tucson House, will own the land for each of these and plans to retain ownership of the land. And so only the building would be owned by this LLC.
It'll be through a long-term ground lease is how that's structured.
So a project might be the elevators, and a project might be renovating the community room, and a project might be...
The plan is to for the Tucson House, wrap that all into one rehabilitation project so that we only want to put the residents through the construction one time.
All right. Cool.
Any other questions from our colleague commissioners online? Okay. So without hearing any additional questions, thank you for your presentation. What is the board's pleasure for this item?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2023-22.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee? Aye. Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozaczek?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-22 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 4.
Write-off uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 22, dated July 18th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-23 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-23 relating to public housing, authorizing the approval of the write-off of $4,650 in public housing tenant accounts receivable as uncollectible and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2023-23.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham? Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee? Aye. Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozaczek?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-23 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 5.
Approval of minutes.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 23, dated July 18th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the May 23rd, 2023 report?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? A motion to approve the minutes of the May 23rd, 2023 meeting passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 6.
Adjournment.
This meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. Council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres. Mr. Fimbres.
Present.
Mr. Kazacha.
Here.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Before we go to item 2, Your Honor, I just want to note for the record that Councilmember Fimbres is appearing through electronic means.
Alrighty, thank you.
Item 2, invocation, pledge of allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Kelly Dick of Saguaro Christian Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, councilpersons, and community for the invitation to bring this evening's invocation. Will you please join me and center yourselves on whatever you name and claim as holy? Shall we go together? God of all people, known by many names and beyond all names, we gather this evening because the work of community is holy work. Open our hearts to hear your heartbeat in the work that is to be done, so that we might listen to one another in openness and compassion, that we might listen to one another in wonder and respect, that we might listen to one another in love and forgiveness. And in this listening, which is boundless in its beauty, may we find the wisdom to cooperate with a healing spirit and a divine spirit who beckons us into peace and community and creativity. God, we don't ask for a perfect world, but we do ask for a better one, a world where all are affirmed, valued, loved, with rights to live their lives well. And God, until we get there, may we all have an extra dose of patience and resiliency and a sprinkle of tenacity and determination. May our elected leaders lead well. May our elected leaders serve well. May you give them thick skin when inevitable criticism, fair or not, comes their way. May you remind them each day of the privilege and honor that it is to serve your people. And may you continue to inspire the servants' hearts of those we've called to lead us. Give them the determination so that they will always seek to serve the least, the lost, and the left out among us. Fill this room with your wisdom and each person with an awe and respect, so that together they may do more than they ever thought was possible on their own. God of hope, we pray all of these things. Amen.
Alrighty, we move on to item 2C.
Presentations.
Thank you, Pastor Kelly.
Arizona Department
Thank you, Pastor Kelly, for gracing us with your presence.
Thank you. We have a presentation from the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality and Awards presentation.
Here to present the ADQ Award is Roxanne Lindsay, Legislative Analyst and Community Liaison for Pima and Pinal Counties.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Roxanne, as she noted, and I'm with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. On behalf of our agency, I'm pleased to be here to present these certificates of recognition to the City of Tucson and welcome you to our Voluntary Environmental Stewardship Program. The program was adopted by the state legislature and signed into law in 2012 to provide recognition and incentives for individuals and organizations demonstrating environmental stewardship. We are recognizing you for going above and beyond to protect the environment, helping making Arizona the #1 state to live, work, and recreate. You have demonstrated leadership and commitment in protecting and enhancing Arizona's environment with the Tucson Million Trees Project to increase Tucson's tree canopy, the Zero Waste event, and obtaining the $12 million FTA grant for the 19 electric vehicles and 10 charging stations. In addition, the Los Reales landfill has demonstrated leadership and a sustained commitment to complying with waste program environmental regulations for the past 3 years. On behalf of the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality Director, Karen Peters, and myself, please accept these 3 copper awards and a bronze award for the Los Reales landfill. Thank you for being a leader and for your commitment to the environment.
Thank you so much, really appreciate it.
You're welcome, thank you.
And I don't know if our Christina Cosgrove and other representatives of the organizations that are going to receive these awards are here. So if you are, please join me up here, Christina. And Stephen Eddy from TEP, who's been an incredible partner. Sam Credio is coming up with us. Thank you so much. This is a shared recognition for all of our work, on the work that we've been able to do in the last 3.5 years for the sustainability and climate adaptation of our city. We really appreciate the recognition from the state. We're happy to receive them. Thank you for joining us. And I don't know if any of you would like to add any words to what has been said today.
We appreciate the partnership, Mayor.
Thank you.
Partnership with the city of Tucson, and look forward to future partnerships with efforts toward electrification and climate initiatives.
Thank you so much, Stephen Eddy with TEP for being such an incredible partner, for providing the infrastructure for our electric buses, and for continuing to think creatively and innovatively on how to provide electric vehicles and additional opportunities for sustainability for our city. Any others would like to add? All righty, congratulations. Do you want to join us for a picture? All righty. Thank you so much.
Great job.
We
Great
appreciate
job.
it.
Congratulations to all.
Thank you so much. Great work, everyone. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 221, dated July 18th, is received into and made part of the record.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to appoint Bill Ricketts. Men will be following up.
Alrighty. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. And may I get a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the reappointments of Mark Rubin to the Tucson Supplemental Retirement System Board of Trustees and Leo Quesada to the Fire Code Review Committee.
Second.
Yes, and may I get a motion to approve the appointment of Peter Schillick and Eric Drove to the Landscape Advisory Committee as well?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I would like to thank our appointees for your willingness to serve the residents of the city of Tucson. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Are there, there was personal appointments as stated before. Any other personal appointments? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 188, dated July 18th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, Councilmember Fimbres, since you are virtual, we'll give you the first dibs at your current events.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Saturday, July 22nd, the Ward 5 council will be holding their back to school bash at the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center from 8 to 10:30. Free starter school kits and $24 backpacks are being handed out to children 5 years and older. They need to be prepared to receive their backpacks. The U of A Mobile Clinic will be offering free sports, physicals, and school vaccinations for youth with insurance. Bike repairs will also be done by Fuga. This event is sponsored by Ward 5, TPD, Target, TPOA, Geico, Tucson Metro, USBC, United Hearts of Arizona, TP, and Fuga. For more information, call the Ward 5 office. Get all Lupita Robles, 791-4231. Sad news, Madam Mayor, Tucson lost a great activist with the passing of Ann Montano, community leader George Walls, and worked on many issues of concern, including contamination, education, health care of those in need, and society, and many others. George Walls was a great educator, student athlete at South Point, etc. They both will be missed, Madam Mayor. That's all I got. That's it, my report. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any others? Alrighty, we'll start over here since we usually end with you. Vice Mayor Kazachek.
Yeah, one thing, the Tucson sector of the Border Patrol right now is receiving roughly 1/3 of all the border crossers along our southern border. That means Casalitas, who's carrying the burden of receiving the guests and clothing them and providing water and medical care and all that, is overrun. And so tomorrow between 9 and 1 at the Ward 6 office, we will have a pickup truck parked out in front, inviting anybody who is so inclined to bring us bottled water, and we will deliver it tomorrow out to Casalitas. And I want to thank PepsiCo for providing 100 cases of water and 60 cases of Gatorade this week for that work. And that'll last 1 week out at Casalitas. So come on by Ward 6 office, 3202 East First tomorrow before 1 and drop off some water, and we'll get it out to the migrants.
Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the Tucson Parks and Rec team for all that you do, especially during the summer Palooza swim parties that they've been hosting throughout the city of Tucson. Our Ward 4 constituents enjoyed the party at Clements Pool last Thursday, and we look forward to the one coming up this Thursday, July 20th, from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Freedom Park Pool. This is a free pool party, and everyone is welcome. Events will include Ready, Set, Rec games and activities, food, music, inflatables, pool fun, and more. If you weren't able to participate in our annual Ward 4 Splash Bash ribbon cutting, or if you were, please come out and attend the Summer Poolooza and give it a whirl. Again, that's at Freedom Pool, and that's located at 5000 East 29th Street, Thursday the 20th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Dahl.
I'll pass this time.
Councilmember Cunningham.
A couple announcements. I know this is far out, but I want to give part of this announcement now. I'm pleased to announce that the second annual Disability Pride Day will be held on Sunday, December 3rd from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Tucson Convention Center. We had this event at Udall Park at the beginning, Udall Center, earlier last year at the same weekend. It coincides with the International Day of Persons with Disability. This event is designed to celebrate folks with disabilities and showcase the immense talent and skills and expertise that exist within this population. I'm proud to say that the response has been so overwhelming that we're moving the event to the Tucson Convention Center. And I think we're really excited about it. I want to commend one of my staffers, Chris Desborough, for launching this event. Chris is both hearing impaired and visually impaired. And I believe he's the only person who's both that works for the city of Tucson. He's an inspiration to me every day, so congratulations. 2, I want to congratulate Jeff Arnold and John Perlman on a successful season with FC Tucson. John started FC Tucson about 12 years ago in a little meeting in our office, and it blossomed. He then sold the club, but he's bought it back, and he's brought the pride back. FC Tucson had a really successful season, a winning record, and it was a great experience for them. 3rd, I want to welcome the Rains. We had a good touchdown yesterday, and but when it comes to rains, it's really exciting. It's going to cool down. Oh, yippee skippy! But let's be aware to keep in mind that when roads are flooded, we stay out of them. Let's keep in mind that we keep safety involved, and let's keep in mind that if you are in a floodplain or in an area that's designated with flood insurance, to make sure you've got your sandbags going this season. So I'd just like to remind everybody when the rains come every year. Finally, before our next meeting, 3 different school districts will be back to school. Please take care that first 2 weeks. Those first 2 weeks of school are the weeks that we have the most student-involved pedestrian accidents. So please remember that starting August 1st, we'll be back to school, and be aware that kids will be on the road and school buses will be on the road. That's it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank our Barrio Anita neighbors who joined us for a barrio walk this past Sunday morning for a listening session with our office and the Department of Transportation and Mobility about the El Paso Southwestern Greenway. It was a hot day, but neighbors came out to talk about tree plantings and other climate action projects they'd like to see in their neighborhood. I also wanted to recognize, as we're coming to an end of our summer youth employee program, I want to thank Emilio, Salwa, Ness, and Alina for their monumental efforts and service to the Ward 1 office this summer. It's been great having all that youth energy in the office. I also want to extend the invitation to stop by the Ward 1 office on Thursday, July 26th from 5:30 to 8 to join the Arizona Center for Empowerment for a listening session on environmental justice. And finally, on Friday, July 28th, we're celebrating 5 years of Fuga rides on the south side. So we will be meeting at the El Pueblo parking lot at 6 p.m. for a special ride through the south side. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I have a couple of,
Mayor,
Councilmember Fimbres, did you have additional current events?
I had one more. Arizona Believe will have their Kids Expo Thursday, July 27th from 4 to 8 p.m. at the TCC. Now, 2,000 backpacks. Wherever you go online to newsacb.com and thank Alma Gallardo for her leadership in this area. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Well, I have my own current events, so just reminding folks that we are in election season, and the last day to mail back your ballots is July 25th. July 25th, so make sure that if you still have your ballot with you, it's very easy to vote. There's a couple of questions there for your favorite candidates. Vote, mail it back, and you don't even need to put a stamp on it. So please participate. We make it as easy as possible for Tucson residents to make their voices heard. Also, I'd like to just thank a couple of Tucson Water employees. I'd like to thank Sean Berry and Sean Burton that work at Tucson Water Reclaim Plant for quickly noticing and helping a resident who was suffering from dehydration due to the current extreme heat temperatures. Our amazing city workers noticed the person's slurred speech and dizziness. They called 911. EMTs arrived quickly to help stabilize her blood pressure and get her back to feeling well. Thank you to our city workers, our Tucson Water workers, for creating a safe place for everyone. Also, congratulations to the upcoming Tucson Fire Department graduating class 23-1. 36 new firefighters will be taking an important step in committing to a profession dedicated to public service. Thank you to Chief Chuck Ryan, to my council colleagues for budgeting for this particular class, and to the training staff for all of the help that you do in creating and delivering a world-class fire department. And as a point of personal privilege, I would like to wish my son, Emiliano Reyes, a happy 17th year birthday. He's celebrating tonight, and I'm not there with him, but pretty soon your mom's gonna get home and take you a cake, pizza, and wings. I hope that he is a rising senior. He's going to start his senior year pretty soon. I wish him nothing but good health and success in the many, many, many years for him to come. So with that, we're moving on to item 4.
Your Honor, congratulations to your son's birthday, but I think we missed one. You and I were both at the graduation this past week, too.
Yes.
Congratulations to class 23-1. We have 23 new police officers as well.
Yeah. And by the way, at that class, I had a nephew that was graduating from Police Academy. and now is a police officer at Sahuarita. So lots of celebrations this week, and lots of people committed to public service, and of course, a wonderful 17-year-old son that is about to start his senior year. So thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 189, dated July 18th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. A couple things. First, wanted to give some recognition to our fleet management over in fire. They were, again, recognized one of the top 100 places that takes care of fleet in the fire space. It's extremely important, obviously, but the magnitude of which deserves a recognition. They take care of over 1,000 pieces of equipment, everything from fire trucks to apparatus, et cetera. So there were 38,000 eligible, and they're one of the top 100, so a quick shout out to them. Also, Councilmember Cunningham mentioned rains yesterday. I wanted to remind everyone we do have Operation Splash currently in play, and that you can get your sandbags at the High Corbett Field parking lot over at Reed Park. We do limit it to 10 sandbags per resident. Please bring your own shovel. But I expect that there'll be quite a bit of folks out after yesterday's rain. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knows those are free of charge, and we encourage people to take advantage of that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 190, dated July 18th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 5 requests for new licenses, 1 person and location transfer, and 5 special events. All are in compliance with city requirements, but we have written arguments opposed for Speedy Mart and Ugly But Honest, both in Ward 6, so those will be considered separately. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 3, 5B 6, and 5C 1 through 5 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved. There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Which are the 2 considered separately, Ms. Clerk?
The first one is item 5B4, Speedy Mart, located at 1204 North Alvernon.
Councilmember Kozachik.
Is Mr. Curtis here representing Speedy Mart?
I am here. Thank you.
Do you want to make a few comments about the location or any, on behalf of your client?
I would like to, thank you. Yeah, Mayor and Council, my name is Jake Curtis. My address is 1850 North Central Avenue in Phoenix. I'm here representing the applicant Tati Gas LLC. And the owner, Suresh Tati, is on a pre-planned family vacation in Canada and so couldn't make it. But I believe that he's actually here and able to answer questions along with his son, Samit. So if there's any questions I can't answer, I'm pretty sure he's here. So he can help us
Yes,
out.
we're here.
Okay, that's Samit. So actually, I'm sure you know we're here for requesting a recommendation from the council for approval of a Series 10 liquor license for the Speedy Mart, located at 1204 North Alvernon Way. I wanted to give you a little bit of background on the site. There's a long history there. There's been a liquor license at that site since 1972. My clients, Tati Gas, got a liquor license back in 2020. They subsequently sold their interest in the Speedy Mart to a second person who then got a liquor license in 2021. That person was not successful and they sold it to another person who got another liquor license actually just this last February in 2023. That person defaulted on their obligations and now my client, Tati Gas, has it back. And so we're applying for another Series 10 beer and wine off-sale liquor license. I think you probably know, because you do this a lot, that because there's been a liquor license at this location for a long time, that the particular location, there's a presumption that the location is appropriate, that really what we're here to talk about is the qualifications of the applicant, and that's Suresh Tati. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about him. Mr. Tati moved to Tucson with his wife from India in 1980, literally with the shirt on his back, $100 in his pocket, and very little ability to speak English. He started managing a few retail stores in Tucson. He and his wife bought a Shakey's Pizza that had a liquor license. They ran that for a few years and sold that. He's had numerous liquor licenses in Pima County. He has 3 pending right now. He's had, at least in the last 10 years, no violations, no liquor license violations. He has no criminal history whatsoever. He has 3 kids. Samita's on the phone with him right now. All the kids went to public school in Tucson. All 3 went to U of A, 2 undergrad, 1 law school. He's got his 3 grandkids who are also in Arizona. Over time, he got into the gas station and convenience store business. He currently has 9 gas station convenience stores in Pima County. Again, no liquor license violations, a totally clean record. I know that one of the protest letters that I read said that they liked the place better when it was a mom and pop shop. With Mr. Tati in charge, this will be a mom and pop shop. He's lived here for more than 40 years, raised his family here. His family works in the business. And I would say that Mr. Tati is really the embodiment of the American dream. He made a long journey from everything that he knew and loved in India to make a better life for himself in America. Through hard work and perseverance, he's become a successful businessman and raised a beautiful family and been a contributing member to the Tucson community for, like I said, more than 40 years. As I said, no liquor license violations that we're aware of, no criminal violations. The shop is run, he tries to run a tight ship. His employees they all take the basic training class. They card everybody under 40. They have no underage violations that I'm aware of in the long history. So I would say there's literally no basis to say that Mr. Tati is not capable, qualified, and reliable enough to hold a liquor license in Tucson. And I think that's really the question you have for today. I understand that there are several neighborhood, I think neighborhood association and some neighbors who are protesting this. Samit and I think Councilmember Kozaczek met on Saturday. Samit characterized the neighborhood meeting as, I'd say, not well. Did not have a great experience. He tried to articulate to me kind of what the neighborhood wanted him to do for the place, and I couldn't really articulate anything specific other than that wanted the place to be nicer. And kind of in that regard, I just wanted you to know it's currently closed while they're doing an internal remodel. There was some damage to the property. A car ran into it, dented it. That's being fixed. The sign's being fixed. As part of the remodel, they're going to put in some additional security lighting. One of the problems that was identified were people hanging out in the back of the Speedy Mart, so they're going to put a camera in the back, and they're going to put additional security lighting in the back, and generally keep the place clean and weed-free and all those kind of things. So I think they are responsive to the community. They're good members of the neighborhood. They want the place to be successful. They want their neighbors to be happy, but they also obviously want to run a profitable and successful business. And so based on Suresh Tati's long and good history of operating businesses with liquor licenses, I think there's an excellent basis for you to make a recommendation that he is capable, qualified, and reliable enough to hold a liquor license in Arizona. And so with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And like I said, Suresh and Samit are on the phone too if there's any questions I can't answer.
Would Sumit or Mr. Tati like to say just a couple of words?
Yeah, you got anything you guys would like to say?
Us? No, I think you've said everything, Jake.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. We have a couple of cards, Ronnie Kotwicka and Candy Filipek. Are you here to speak? Okay, come on up. And go ahead and share your thoughts.
Honorable Mayor Romero, council members, and city clerk. I am Ronnie Kotwicka, a 48-year homeowner at 3230 Seneca in Palo Verde neighborhood. I am representing the 4 Alvernon Grand Initiative neighborhoods, Dodge Flower, Garden District, Oak Flower, and Palo Verde, who object to the issuing of a liquor store license. I implemented and now facilitate the Alvernon Grand Initiative, a 16-year project with Tucson Police, Ward 3 and 6.
Ms. Kadwika, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you get a little closer to the mic? Because a lot of people can't hear.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay, you want me to start again?
No, that's
Okay. So this is a 16-year initiative with Tucson Police, Wards 3 and 6, and Pima County's District 5. Saturation is not a reason to deny a liquor license. Unfortunately, engaged neighbors who are affected do not make the crucial 911 call for subjects drinking in public, panhandling, loitering, or prostituting themselves on the Speedy Mart property, as they are frequently dismissed by 911 operators. It is not TPD's responsibility to babysit a crime magnet. The Speedy Mart has endless DVs, fights with weapons, strong-arm robberies, smash and grab of alcohol and cigarettes, prostitution, and shoplifting. The homeless and those drinking alcohol just purchased inside sit on the Bellevue side of the store or behind the store. The exterior exudes a rundown dump with graffiti, trash, and the south side of the metal building badly dented by a vehicle but has never been repaired. Arizona Revised Statutes, Title IV, requires that the local jurisdiction, the city and community, has input as to whether the applicant is capable, qualified, and reliable, and that in determining whether to issue a license, the city must determine whether public convenience requires that the best interest of the community will be substantially served by the issuance. TPD's part of this process is to determine if the applicant is capable, qualified, and reliable. Because these applications are administrative and not criminal investigations, the background check is somewhat limited in terms of what information can be considered. Ironically, the criminal aspect is not a focus, yet it is this faction that hugely impacts the residents and businesses who are saddled with all of the negativity of those urinating, defecating, and throwing up on residential properties. Fights, along with illegal drug activity, add to the detriment of the neighborhood's quality of life. The liquor license applicant's son is not a good business neighbor. He ignored the request for a meeting until the last moment and then left in a huff. This demonstrates the same behavior he displayed at his Chevron station 6 blocks away with the Palo Verde representatives. We requested he file the prosecution letter with ODM and post no trespassing signs. He refused, saying it was TPD's job, not his, to call 911. Homeless sleep on his gas station property, wash their clothes with the hose, and take showers in view of the public on the Alvernon side at his business at Pima and Alvernon. If you evaluate the crime statistics for businesses that do and do not sell alcohol, those that offer alcohol for purchase have a much higher incidence of crimes, particularly shoplifting versus those that do not. According to the Tucson Police Department, businesses that tolerate shoplifters act as crime magnets for the neighborhood. Criminals, graffiti, gravitate to the Speedy Mart as they know there will be no consequences for their criminal actions. Neighborhood leaders don't want thoughts and prayers, and the applicant foisting his responsibility onto the neighborhood. An assurance of involvement is the only acceptable pledge. Please be an advocate for the safety and security of the Garden District neighborhood and do not grant the application for the Series 10 beer and wine store license. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Philippik?
I'm Candace Philippek, and I'm a resident of Palo Verde neighborhood and have been for 31 years. I'm speaking on behalf of Christine Yarder, who lives on Bellevue Street, and due to a family obligation cannot be here tonight. So I will be reading on her behalf. Dear Honorable Mayor Romero and council members, I have been a homeowner at 4044 East Bellevue for 50 years, and I live 1 block east of the Speedy Mart convenience store. The Little family, who started the Quick Mart business, cheaply built this aluminum retail metal convenience store in 1978. During the many years this business was in operation, it became a chronic, well-documented problem with Tucson police and code enforcement. Unfortunately, the old and rundown Quick Mart eventually became a Speedy Mart in 2020, when the family wanted to get rid of their ugly, crime-ridden old Midtown stores. They leased the building to the current operator with an interim beer and wine permit. Mayor and council specifically turned down Mr. Thad's request for a new liquor license in 2020 because he did nothing to improve the crime, graffiti, and the Speedy Mart convenience store appearance. Councilmember Kasachik, Attorney Stash, and I spoke at the hearing in defense of the mayor and council decision. I was especially concerned when Mr. Thaddeus started selling glass smoking paraphernalia that brought in a worse clientele than the liquor did. We were ignored by the state liquor board, and Mr. Thaddeus got his liquor license. He stated that he would close the store at midnight instead of having it open 24 hours. It still continued to be a source of crime and blight in our neighborhood, with many calls to TPD and code enforcement. Next came another neighborhood protest in November of 2022 with the state liquor board. Trevor Bien, living in Colorado, subleased the store from Mr. Thaddeus, who still was leasing from Quick Mart. For a while, he used Mr. Thaddeus' liquor license, but eventually asked for one of his own. He promised to be a good neighbor, maintain the property, and close the store at 9 p.m. The pictures I took of the building and premises a few days ago were added at the end of this letter. This is the worst this building has looked, and it has been shuttered since March of this year. Absolutely nothing has been done to improve the building that needs to be painted, and now looks like a car ran into it in the back. As usual, no one cleaned up graffiti, trash, and weeds unless the property was reported to code enforcement or worked with TPD to stop the criminal activity that would spill over onto our residential streets. It became a druggie, homeless, and prostitute hangout in the evening after it closed, and the evenings after it closed at 9 p.m. What a waste of time, money, and energy for our understaffed Tucson police officers and code enforcement inspectors. I requested a one-year report from TPD CSO Scarborough, who is really only for, the report was only for 8 months, since the business has been shuttered for 4 months. It was business as usual. Code enforcement has just opened a case that will be classified as commercial vacant with property maintenance concerns. Inspector Matilov can get to this property this week. It must be fixed up, painted, and no longer allowed to be a retail slumlord haven in order to maximize their profit. Mr. Thaddeus' liquor license is back on the 1204 North Alvernon convenience store property, though it expired on June 6, 2023. I'm assuming that we may be dealing with him again when this recent liquor license request, I realize he will probably be able to weasel an update for his liquor license from the State Liquor License Board, but he must be held accountable for his predatory lack of respect for my neighborhood, that's Garden District, by closing at 9 p.m. for everyone's safety and work with TPD and code enforcement to make it a respectable convenience store. Councilman Kosachik helped us to get the Hawk Light at Bellevue Street in Alvernon after 2 people were killed trying to cross Alvernon after buying alcohol at the Speedy Mart. Now I see families and young people crossing the street to go to the Dairy Queen, where the business owners are involved with Garden District neighborhood and care about how their business looks and cares about the safety of our residents. My quadrant is 75% rentals, with many absentee landlords laughing all the way to the bank, just all the people that have been involved with this convenience store. We residents, homeowners, and renters would just like some quality of life, and especially to feel safe. We don't want a business that attracts the wrong type of people to its store. We really would like a real mom and pop store and not the liquor and smoke shop store we have had in the past. Thank you for your consideration and time. Respectfully yours, Christine Yarder.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Curtis, would you like to reply to any of that, or where did you go? There you are.
I would, thank you. Just briefly, Mayor and Council. I do appreciate that neighbors in a neighborhood that have problems, she identified theft and prostitution and things like that, that they rarely have a forum to kind of voice their displeasure with their neighborhood, and that when a liquor license comes up, this is kind of their one opportunity to address the council. But I don't think that the denial of a liquor license is going to be a panacea for this neighborhood. What we identified was a lot of problems with the particular location, not particularly with my client. It sounds like there's been a history of that with other owners. And so the focus of your decision today is Suresh Tati, is he capable, qualified, and reliable enough to
Okay,
get a
let me
liquor
speak
license?
to that just for a moment then. We did meet on Saturday, and I would agree with your characterization of that meeting, that it was difficult. It was only 110, and we waited 15 minutes for your client to show up, and finally did. And here's what he told me and others who were there. Number one, that he is responsible for the property, but because he's not the owner, he's not going to be putting any money into the exterior of it. We often get criticized. We sometimes get criticized for, quotes, not being business friendly up here. And then we get guys like this who say that the mess that that building is, wants to sell beer and wine, and the reason it's a mess and in bad shape is because of the neighborhood. That's what he told the neighbors who showed up for the meeting. It's because the neighborhood's lousy that this place is a mess. We stood there looking at the sign that was broken. It's been broken for months, the identification sign out on Alvernon. The rear of the store has been smashed by a car, and it's sitting there in tatters. I walked around the perimeter of the store. There are literally 6 rat traps on the ground outside the perimeter of this food store. There's an air compressor sitting broken that you can knock over and drag into Alvernon, 10 feet away from Alvernon, a major arterial. Here's the 12-gauge shotgun shell I picked up from the mess that's out behind the place, where, by the way, when a neighbor said that she witnessed active prostitution happening during business hours, your client's response was, that's TPD's problem. So I asked him about the exterior of the store. He said, I don't care, his words. He said, if I don't get the liquor license, I'll turn it into a crack shop and there'll be bringing more crime. So two meetings ago, we had a liquor license application from Circle K, similar kinds of conversation. I asked them to suspend their liquor license application until they had an opportunity to meet productively with the neighborhood, and they are doing that right now. They have since done that, and they're making investments into the neighborhood, into some nonprofits, behavioral health nonprofits in the neighborhood, Hope and Kodak. We expect to have them back up here fairly soon and have a successful outcome. I would ask you the same thing. Would you and your client be willing to suspend this until we can have a productive conversation about the conditions surrounding that property? Or do you want to go forward with it tonight?
So I did have that conversation with my clients before the meetings. I think I saw your email to them. I think their impression is that they are going to get opposition from their neighbors no matter what they do to the property, and so that it would not be a benefit to them to further delay this.
Okay, if they are unwilling to try and have a productive conversation with the neighbor, then I'm going to recommend that the mayor and council deny this application to the state liquor board.
There's a
I would
motion.
like to say something.
There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Kozachik?
I think we've heard plenty, unless you want your client to speak,
I'd like him to have the opportunity to,
it's up to you.
okay, go ahead, Sumit.
Yes, this is Sumit. I'm the owner, son's owner. So we did meet on Saturday, and I had sent, I'm running 15 minutes late. It wasn't that they didn't know about it. I emailed them. I was dropping my wife off to the airport. And I went there thinking with a positive mind that I would like to make a better impact and help the neighborhood. But as soon as I got there, I started. Lady named Meg started saying how Troy Little, who's the owner of the land, is very irresponsible, and he made a lot of money off of this building, and saying things like I should return to the foothills because I have enough money. So things like that got me a little upset by what was said, and I didn't expect that out of them. Just because I have money doesn't mean I should be treated like that.
So would you like to do a reset and reconvene? Would you like to recommend that to your client, or should we vote on this? There's a motion in a second. We have a full agenda. I don't want to sit here all night rehashing the meeting that we had Saturday. But
yes,
I made an offer to your attorney to do a reset and try and resolve some of these issues. If the answer to that is no, then let's just hear that and we'll vote.
I don't think doing that, because I spoke to
Fair
Troy
enough.
Little. He
Okay.
owned it for 40 years and said that it's not worth dealing.
Okay, if
They're
it's not
always
worth
gonna
it
be
to you, then
unhappy.
let's vote.
But I will clean up the property, as Jake said too. We are working on getting the signs fixed, painting the building, and also because I did not own the building when the car crashed in, I just got acquisition of the business, and I will be repairing those items.
Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second. If there is no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries.
Next one is, ugly but honest. Is Nick Headings here? Hi, Nick. This will be a different conversation.
Yes, I hope so.
You heard some, you received some, resetting my own head.
What's that, I'm sorry?
Emails
Yes.
respecting your property. It's a small pizza place with a small patio. Can you address the hours of operation, the lighting and outdoor music? And
Yeah, sure. I think the biggest one for them was the at-risk community nearby us. And we're a pizzeria, so that's who we employ. We're excited to be a part of that community and help people. We have the Alamo Apartments and Primavera right there, so these people will be the people coming into and applying for jobs with us, and we are a stepping stone job as a pizzeria, so we're excited to be a part of that and work with 5 Points and all the neighborhoods, the surrounding neighborhoods. We're excited about that whole thing. Hours wise, in the email they were asking us to close at 8 p.m. We're a restaurant, we're not a bar, but we would not close at 8 p.m., but that's sort of the end of our dinner rush, and we'll be closing at 9 or 10 o'clock. I have two other restaurants two other pizzerias that carry liquor licenses as well. Upper Crust Pizza at Grant Campbell and Arizona Pizza Company up in Sabino Canyon, and we've had liquor licenses for forever, and no issues, no fines, no complaints from neighbors. What was the other?
outdoor music.
The lighting package, we have a shade structure outside, and there's a lighting package that was approved by Historic, and that whole process that is already happening. So that's something that it will be a mild lighting package following all of those regulations. Noise/music was one of the concerns as well that they have, and I checked the box for music because I wanted to be able to do that at some point in the future. And music to me in that little patio would be an acoustic guitar and a performer, something like that, something small and simple and quiet. I don't know. I think that's
you covered it
everything.
all. So, and I just want to say for the record, appreciate your engagement with the neighborhoods and with Primavera and the surrounding neighbors, and that would make a recommendation of approval to the State Liquor Board.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dahl?
I just want to say that I love upper crust pizza.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for your support. Keep it up.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Oh, you didn't have any comment? Okay. Alrighty, so all
Yeah.
those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Your Honor,
Thank
for the
you.
record, I go to Arizona.
Yeah.
That's near the east side.
I'll take that kind of war. All right. Thank you.
so much for working with the neighbors on that.
Take care.
Alrighty, so we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for the item scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Please, if I can remind you, please, when I call your name, please let us know if you are a resident of the city of Tucson and if you are a retained speaker. Our first speaker will be JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, Council, I'm not a retained speaker, speaking for myself. There are just a few items that I'd like to get an overview on. First is that the eyes and the ears of the transit task force should be represented by Teamsters Local 104. Anyone that wants to create an appointment to that board should contact the representative, Mrs. Muir. The next item is the VFW Loft Apartments, 124 East Broadway. Used to be a former VFW hall. Now, before that, after that, it was a former Access Tucson. Then our former mayor, removed the nonprofit and replaced it with a for-profit, sold the building, and essentially turned the intellectual property of the producers of content into public, open public. So they lost their representation of their own private access intellectual property. Essentially, we're in an internet world, and that internet world needs to be adequately representing our First Amendment rights as citizens. So I'd ask the mayor and council to restore the public, community, and neighborhood local news special interest functions that previous nonprofit maintained. Fund from the sale of the VFW building at a gross rent multiplier of what I had estimated $250,000 as a basis. There are 205 neighborhood associations and Southwest Tucson unincorporated neighborhoods that seek internet services that could be provided from this kind of an arrangement. Directly with Cox for low-income subsidy, independent communication hub access. And now I'd like to leave my summation about TEP and the Prop 412. No one has made any effort to put this into the open study group
Mr.
for
Salvatierra, come
conversation.
to a
And
conclusion, please. Your 3 minutes are over.
okay, essentially, we're in a new energy realm, and the dinosaur in our midst is TEP. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. Mr. Jason Warake?
Good evening, esteemed Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Warake. I'm here on behalf of the Barrio Santa Cruz Neighborhood Association. I'm here today to speak about our Back to School event. It'll be happening at Ormsby Park, which is at 899 West 24th Street, and it will happen July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Hopefully, it'll be a little cooler at that time. We'll be giving away free backpacks, brand new backpacks stuffed with school supplies, and there'll be also some gently used clothing to choose from to start the school year with a fresh new look. I'd also like to thank everybody that's contributed to this. One of the things that makes this really special is it's truly a community event. This is something that was begun by Pastor Dennis Barreras and Pastor Mary Barreras at the Santa Cruz Harvest Center Christian Church. Sorry, I always get that name confused. They are one of the main parts in the history of our barrio. They started this to provide necessary goods for people starting school, whether it's backpacks, school supplies, or clothing. And this is mostly because a lot of us growing up when we started school, we didn't have backpacks. We had clothes that were faded and didn't fit. And we know that starting out the school year, you got to have that positive attitude and you have to have a good feeling. So we'd like to provide those for our children and the families in all of our community, but we'd also like to make a little bit of a party. So we're going to have a great demonstration on behalf of, we have Tucson Fire Department helping us out. I have Engine 15 out there. It's still going to be hot, but they're going to provide a demonstration, cool us off with water. We're also going to have free EGs, and we're going to have free hot dogs, chips, and water provided by the Gospel Rescue Mission. There'll be a jumping castle, hopefully some face painting. The Santa Cruz Ranchers, our local 4-H, will be there to provide some entertainment as well. And we'd like to invite any children, any families out who might want to join us, might need a little help with the school year. Our main benefactor, I would like to thank, is the Ward 1 Council Office, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I just can't say enough about how much you've helped us following Mayor Romero at Ward 1. We've restored our neighborhood on a yearly basis, on a daily basis. We've provided a better environment for our families and our children to live in, to give them a chance at the future to make a better lives for everybody. So thank you. Councilmember Santa Cruz, you've always provided a voice for the people who didn't have one. You always stand strong and fight for all of us, and our appreciation, our gratefulness doesn't end. So thank you so much. And everybody, please come out July 29th between 6 and 8 p.m. at Ormsby Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warake. Mr. Ben Lucero?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm here on behalf of ASHME Local 905. We just wanted to say that we're still going to be here. We're not going anywhere. We're gaining more members every day, and the issues are not getting fixed yet, so we're going to keep pounding on those issues, even though there's issues with our being recognized. Like I said, we're not going anywhere. Lower management is continually trying to deter us and hinder us on our momentum and the gains that we have gained already, and that's not going to happen. We're not going to regress. We're going to keep progressing, and we're keep moving forward, and we're doing it professionally. We're holding up our end of the bargain. These guys are in the trenches every day and night doing their job, doing it properly, and doing it to their utmost best, and they deserve that recognition, and they deserve to be treated equally and fair, and that's what we're going to keep on fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucero. Gisela Aaron? Oh, Grisella, I think it's Grisella Aaron.
Good evening. My name is Gisela Aaron, and I live in Ward 4. We, the people, Tucson residents, have come together and assembled to consult for our common good. All people are by nature free and independent and have inalienable rights. Among these are enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and pursuing, obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy. You have been notified to cease and desist all 5G cell tower deployment and all small wireless transmission facilities until further notice. We have asked you to meet with us to find a common solution. We provided a common solution. We even provided an ordinance for you, as you had agreed to put a protective ordinance in. And that was 2 years ago. Yet you have not met with us in more than 2 years publicly to discuss this and let your audience know, the Tucson residents, what we're talking about. So you have been asked to meet with us and you have not done so. Nikki Lee, I have asked to meet with you and you have not yet responded. I don't know how long I have to wait. I challenge you to please place this per call to audience, open meeting law. You can put it as a city council member on the next agenda to let everyone know what's going on. Please, I'm asking you to honor your oath of office per Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Section 7. Don't act in a licentious manner per Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Section 12, acting without regards to law, ethics, and the rights of others. This is an election year. The people that live in Tucson, they would like to know that you don't respond for 2 years for a meeting, a public meeting. This would give you an opportunity to ask experts. This would give you, the Tucson residents, given an opportunity to ask about 5G, the safety, what is better solution like fiber in the ground. We have already paid for it in 1990. And just to be able to resolve this item. I don't want to accuse you of violating your oath of office, but it appears you have not responded yet. Please, per Arizona Declaration of Rights, Article 2, Section 9, no law granting irrevocable any privilege, franchise, or immunity shall be enacted. You've been told in many ways over a long period of time that allowing permitting, placement, construction, modification, operation of small wireless transfer franchises is opposed by Tucson residents. You have illegally accepted monies prioritizing telecom plans and smart city
Sharon,
agenda
please come to a
and have
conclusion.
violated our rights and safety. Please meet with us, put it on the agenda, Nikki Lee, or city manager. You can put it on the agenda and then resolve
conclusion, Ms.
anything.
Aaron.
Thank you.
Mr. Kevin Green. Kevin Green.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and council members. My name is Kevin Green. I'm the Zero Waste Chair for Sustainable Tucson. Sustainable Tucson is a volunteer grassroots organization working on a variety of environmental sustainability issues in the region. We'd like to provide comments on the City of Tucson's recycling and composting programs tonight. First, we are pleased that the city has applied for a federal grant to create a network of drop-off sites for collecting food scraps. However, we would like to recommend that the city additionally pilot an opt-in or subscription-based program that would collect food scraps and other organics at the curb. Curbside recycling programs are more effective than drop-off sites due to convenience and accessibility, and will do more to prevent future methane emissions at the landfill. We also would like to suggest that the city put more resources into the food cycle program for grocery stores, restaurants, and institutions. When the program was launched in 2021, it had 22 subscribers. Now it's down to just 14. We'd like to suggest that the city hire 3 to 5 educators to promote recycling and composting throughout the community. We need to make recycling a part of the community discussion, part of the community values. The City of Phoenix has a zero waste outreach and education program that could serve as a model for Tucson. Finally, the city's curbside collection program is struggling and desperately deserves attention. The combined recycling rate for the materials collected through the curbside collection and drop-off sites has been hovering around 10% to 11% for the last several years. This recycling rate is approximately 1/3 of the national average, which is 32%. The curbside collection program in particular suffers from high contamination rates, ranging from 25 to 30% on a monthly basis. As you know, Republic Services Materials Recovery Facility charges the city an excess contamination charge of $1 per ton for each percentage point above 18.7% contamination. The excess contamination charge costs the city approximately $300,000 a year. Over 2 years ago, the city conducted a recycling cart monitoring project known as Feet on the Street. This 1-month pilot targeted 24,000 households. The project was a success. Curbside recycling contamination levels fell 25.5% to 19%, by providing feedback to residents on their recycling efforts. We'd like to recommend that the city make the cart monitoring a permanent program that would be rotated through the community each year. Getting the curbside recycling program back on track should be a top priority for the leaders here. This is the city's flagship recycling program, and it will do more immediately and in the short term to help the city combat climate change. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Green. Allison Sane. Allison Sane.
Hi, good evening. Okay, I am a resident of Tucson, and I'm sorry, I'm very nervous.
Be nervous. We don't bite. We're okay. We don't judge.
Okay.
So take your time and just tell us what you think.
Okay. About a year ago, I was my most vulnerable shade of homeless. I was also a student contracted into a 6-month-long construction trade school. And I still had about a month and a half left of school when I had exhausted existing temporary shelter. And by the grace of like a small team of people, I was able to complete school. And I'm now a part of the Tucson Tiny Home Coalition. And it would be an honor for me to be able to take the skills that I learned in school and build shelter for my brothers and sisters that are on the streets. We would really like some assistance in removing barriers that would maybe come between us, like code laws and zoning regulations. And I just came in today to share that personal story with you. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Sane. And just for your information, we had a conversation about tiny homes and removing barriers to build tiny homes in Tucson. So I just wanted to let you know so that you leave knowing that this mayor and council is going to hear from Planning and Development Services on the 8th of August to commence the process of removing those barriers for tiny homes.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sane. Anne Rose Deshauve.
Good evening. My name is Ann Rose Tishav. I live in Midtown Tucson, Ward 3, and I represent myself. I come to you sui juris as one of the people to remind you of the proper role of city attorneys and undue influence on your decisions as our trust indentured servants. Arizona State Constitution, Article 2, Section 2, political power, purpose of government. All political power is inherent in the people, and governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed and are established to protect and maintain individual rights. Also, according to Arizona Constitution, Article 3, Section 1, the distribution of powers is to be separate and distinct, and no one department may exercise influence or powers over another. This would extend to private bar association members whose first interest and allegiance is to that organization rather than the best interests of those in the community. Please note, city attorneys are unlawfully influencing you regarding 5G cell towers, discriminating against the will of the people and violating the necessary best interests of the community. The city attorney is not elected by we the people and takes first allegiance to a private bar association, not the Arizona Constitution. While he has the power to give his advice or opinion in writing, whenever requested to do so by the mayor and council or any officer of the city, per Tucson's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Section 4, he is not delegated or allowed to express opinions upon which you may arbitrarily act against the well-being of Tucson residents whom you swore to protect. As trust indentured servants to the people, you have bowed to opinions and misinformation from city attorneys. Your failure to rebut evidence in 1,500 legal notices and 520 affidavits is further confirmation to the validity of these statements. We, the people, require you to become educated on the constitutions and state statutes related to small wireless telecom facilities. That education will clearly demonstrate that the advice from private bar association attorneys was not only incorrect, but fully unlawful, ultra vires, beyond legal authority or power. You will find that in your positions as trust indentured servants, you have violated the state constitution and state statutes by failing to protect the public. Your claim of no control over the deployment of 5G cell towers is null and void. Mayor and City Council, if you choose to continue to retain and adhere to instructions from unlawful private bar association attorneys, you and the attorneys will be held in violation of the Constitution and will be found to have acted outside the law. We now demand that further unlawful, unconstitutional activities cease immediately. We further demand that you meet with your constituents and include us in all deliberations and decision-making related to these towers. We come to you in peace.
Thank you. And I do have a request card, a request to speak card by Shelmer. I believe it's Grant. Shelmer. This is regarding the H2K. There's a public hearing that we have for this particular item. We usually don't take call to the audience if the item is going to be a public hearing, and you will have 5 minutes to state your case if you wait for the public hearing. Would you like to do that? Okay, thank you. I'll put you in the public hearing file. Okay. Melanie Parchman. Melanie Parchman.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm here as a volunteer.
Don't pay attention to that, go ahead.
Okay, that was all. Okay. I'm here as a volunteer and foster mom for Pima Animal Care Center, or PAC. I've been with PAC since 2020, but I've been rescuing animals for over 20 years. I have 5 cats, 2 dogs of my own. They're all rescues because I think rescue is the best breed. I have volunteered passionately since the beginning as an outreach worker. This means through the shelter, I meet and offer support to struggling community members and their pets. This might look like assisting with medical needs, finding housing, or even providing food for their dogs and cats. The need has grown exponentially with the job and housing crisis and requires systemic change. Shelters and nonprofits cannot fix this alone. We need legislation. My job is to be out in the community, hand out food, supplies, and provide low-cost resources to those in need so they can keep their pets and keep as many as we can out of the shelter, but it is nowhere near close enough. Sky-high medical care and inaccessible housing is responsible for nearly half of the pets surrendered at PAC. Not many will do my job that I do voluntarily. People are scared to meet on the sides of town I have to be, even though I've met the most wonderful people that just want help and are willing to help. Their animals are family and they deserve to stay together. Our shelter and all the other shelters and rescues in Tucson have been over capacity since 2021. PAC has enough kennels to comfortably house about 400 dogs, but we've been housing close to 500 for too long now, and it is unsustainable for the dogs and the Tucson community. In addition to cost of living, rampant unregulated breeding of animals goes unchecked, and we find ourselves literally euthanizing animals to make room for the animals of irresponsible breeders. This is where a lot of them end up, or dumped. I don't think you understand the impact an overflowing shelter and euthanasia has on those of us trying to care for these beautiful and innocent animals who never asked to be here. It's traumatic for everyone, and especially these pets and their former and future owners. Working in the field, I see things that can help. We need to incentivize landlords to offer large breed, dog-friendly housing or ban breed-restrictive housing altogether in favor of breed-neutral policies. We need future transitional housing facilities to be built with pets in mind, and we need to start addressing the veterinary shortage by incentivizing vets to come to stay in Tucson. When the state allows cities to regulate their own pet dealers again, we need to ban storefront sales of breeder dogs and ban puppy mills from operation here. If you were unaware, Arizona has become a haven for puppy mills because of a lack of regulations. Tucson residents are suffering, and so are Tucson's homeless pets. Let's do better for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Michael Cajero. Michael Cajero. Michael Cajero.
Hello. My name is Michael Cajero. I live in Ward 6. I was born there, and I speak for myself only. But I'll get to the point quickly. About a year ago or so, there was a woman who was run down by somebody driving a car. I don't know what reason, too fast, who knows, distracted, maybe drunk, I don't know. But this type of thing is happening all the time. And it's getting out of hand. And you know why it is, why it's happening? I wonder, do you know? And you know, what happened to those 6 bicycle riders? What happened to them, you know? I wouldn't go bicycle riding in this city. It's crazy. And then I think, wasn't there another incident? What's his name? The Pima County fellow, Huckleberry. He got mowed down pretty good. You know, I've had a lot of near accidents myself driving in this city. And I drive very little. I try to stay off the roads, but these 2-lane turns are terrible. People are, for some reason, they're speeding up. And I know this has to do with the university and too many people at the university, but it also has to do with infill. Infill, yes, infill. You people want to squeeze everything together until there's no space left, and you make a pretty good, it's very efficient. You're woke, you're really woke, that's really good, you know? That's good that you do that, but it's causing all these more cars, and then the nature of the cars is such that they have become militarized. I don't know whether it's the attitude, the military chic or whatever, but they're militarized vehicles. Have you seen these 10-ton trucks that are new to the road? They've appeared in the past couple of years. So you get a bunch of those together. Suppose you're 60 or 70 years old, okay? And you're walking across the street and this one of those big 10-ton things comes and hits you from behind, you don't even see it, you know? It just happens. And you know, you read that most of these people go to the hospital, but they end up dead. Okay. Anyway, these are militarized, weaponized vehicles. And if you put people who are a little bit drunk, and there's a lot of drinking going on in the city, you know, in my neighborhood, there's a lot of drinking going on, you know. It's good business. But believe me, anyway, this woman, Lydia.
Mr. Cajero, please come to a conclusion. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Rebecca Cotton. Rebecca Cotton.
Hello, good evening. So my name is Rebecca Cotton. I'm a native Tucsonan. I live in District 2. I'm a social worker, an avid animal rescue volunteer, and advocate. So I'm here to speak up for those that don't have a voice. So the issue I want to address today is puppy mills and backyard breeding. I want to start with painting a picture of the animals that are sold in pet stores. These are the hard truths that you're most likely not aware of. Imagine a puppy being born and then taken away from their mom, put in a confined cage out in extreme weather and laying in their own feces. The puppy suffers. Maybe 2 out of 5 litter mates will die from malnutrition or disease. They are then discarded, no veterinary care is implemented, and they are thrown away. The life of the parents is just as harsh. They are continuously bred with no breaks until they are no longer useful and they are discarded like trash. The puppies get no personal attention and are shipped off like packages across the country. Many even die in transport. These puppies are only brought into this world for selfish reasons. And they are the reason that so many adoptable dogs have to be euthanized and why our shelters are overcrowded. Now imagine the life of a shelter dog. I'm going to call this dog Bruno. Bruno was brought into this world unintentionally and for whatever reason ends up in the shelter. Bruno is scared and alone and might sit there for months or years while puppy mills continue to breed. People are buying these puppies from pet stores instead of adopting from shelters, and dogs like Bruno end up euthanized due to lack of space. Situations like this can be avoided if we can put a stop to puppy mills and backyard breeding. This form of factory farming is cruel and inhumane. Our state and city is failing at protecting animals and consumers. As Tucsonans, we should not want to endorse a business model that endangers and contributes to unnecessary killing of innocent dogs. So now about backyard breeding. Backyard breeders are also motivated by profit. They might appear to be the nice neighbor next door. However, continuous breeding animals for years to produce litters for profit, jeopardizes the animal's welfare. Most backyard breeders are often not knowledgeable on how to breed responsibly. And again, when people breed animals for profit, other animals lose its chance at being rescued. Not only do dogs coming from breeders prevent a shelter dog from being rescued, a lot of the times they end up in shelters due to health conditions. So when puppy mills and backyard breeders flood the market, they reduce homes available for animals from shelters and rescue groups. In June alone, 680 dogs were brought into PAC, the Pima Animal Care Center. Sadly, only about 50% of people with pets in the US adopt from a shelter. So despite the state law, I know there's a law in place, there are actions that Tucson can take. We need to enforce.
Conclusion, Ms. Cotton.
Okay, so I just want to say that the city needs to enforce regulations on pet stores, citing fines for violations that they have, and also as a city, we should challenge the preemption clause that's in place at a state level. As Tucsonans, we can be the change and set the example for other cities to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotton.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mr. Rankin, can you tell us about the exemption? Because I remember we worked really hard on our puppy mill ordinance.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, members of the Mayor and Council. The speaker addressed the issue of the statutory preemption, which is broad with respect to the regulation of pet stores. We can't engage in a conversation about it tonight because it's not an agendized item, but I'm happy to provide an off-agenda memo to the Mayor and Council providing the legal landscape about the state preemption with respect to pet stores, and I'll certainly contact the speaker and we can talk through it.
Yeah, can you let the speaker know about the actions we took, and maybe we can go back and defend our ordinance, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. That was the last speaker. We do have a few left over, but I'd like to make sure that we invite you back to our first meeting in August. We have 4 public hearings, so we have to move forward in the agenda. Thank you all of those of you that came to speak, and we want to make sure that Mr. Rankin has that contact information for Ms. Cotton. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through Y.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
On this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. B, the Tucson Code Amendment quorum requirements for certain boards, committees, and commissions. That item has been continued at the request of staff. Item C is elections, designating voting locations and appointing election board workers for the primary election. Item D is elections, intergovernmental agreement with the Pima County Recorder's Office to provide election-related services for the 2023 City of Tucson primary and general elections. Item E is intergovernmental agreement with the Pima County Arizona Superior Court for providing jurors to the Tucson City Court. Item F is the economic initiatives approving the proceedings of the Industrial Development Authority for the joint single-family mortgage revenue bond. Item G is an economic initiative, intergovernmental agreement with the Industrial Development Authority for funding of the Avanza revolving loan program. Item H is economic development, approving a sublease agreement between the Industrial Development Authority for space within a building located at 376 South Stone Avenue. Item I is finance, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer, Assistant City Manager to submit and file the city's annual expenditure limitation report. Item J is an intergovernmental agreement with Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Administration access for federal matching funds for the Access to Professional Services Initiative at Tucson Medical Center. Item K is water, authorization of fund expenditures from the Green Stormwater Infrastructure for Storm to Shade projects. That item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Dahl. Item L is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County Regional Flood Control District for land management improvements in Abra Valley. Item N is a Tucson Code amending Chapter 20 Tucson Code, Section 20-179 one-way streets and alleys to convert a portion of Samaniego Avenue from one-way south to one-way north traffic. Item N is an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Tucson and Pima County for the operation and maintenance of the El Presidio Plaza and parking garage. Item O is an intergovernmental agreement for 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Grant Program Award. Item P is an amendment to Ordinance 11769, an addition of an ex officio, and that should read ex officio non-voting member to the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development. That is a correction to the title. Item Q is an annual renewal of 911 program grant agreement. Item R is a final plat, the Tree Estates. Item S is a final plat S22042 South Park Vias Resub Number 1. Item T is a final plat Bridges Tucson Marketplace Lot 6 replat. Item U is a final plat S21-075 La Estancia de Tucson Phase 2 Parcel 6 Lots 1 through 105. Item V is a final plat for S22037 Fremont Estates Lots 1 through 5. That should correctly read Ward 5, not Ward 3. Item W is a financial participation agreement with the Pima Association of Government and the Arts Foundation for Tucson and Southern Arizona, and an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the Victim Services Program for fiscal year 2023-24. Item X is an agreement with the Harvard Kennedy School for participation in the Government Performance Labs 2023-2024 Alternative 911 Emergency Response Implementation Cohort. Item Y is an agreement with Motorola for public safety communication radios. That item will be considered separately, so an appropriate motion would be to approve items A through X with the exception of K.
So moved, and great job on that, Suzanne.
Second, 25 items. That's probably the most. I've been here a while.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. And the items to be considered separately, Ms. Clerk?
Item K. This is the water authorization of fund expenditures from the green stormwater infrastructure for storm to shade projects.
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you. I pulled this item because I'm a huge fan of the Storm to Shade program, and I'm excited that Ward 3 has its first neighborhood project, including on the list that we're voting on tonight. 11th and Flores is a residential intersection in the 85705 zip code. This area suffers from a lot of crime and a lot of poverty. As part of a pilot project working with the Tucson Police Department and the Department of Transportation and Mobility, the intersection was closed to vehicle traffic to reduce the call load to police due to drugs and prostitution. My office decided to invest our Storm to Shade funds in this neighborhood to bring some trees and shade to an area that's just neglected. I sent my colleagues a before picture, and I'm looking forward to sharing an after picture when all the work is done. I want to acknowledge the mayor and my colleagues for their leadership in setting up the Storm to Shade program. Many thanks to Blue Baldwin and John Choi and the rest of the Storm to Shade team. I look forward to the groundbreaking. I move resolution number 23645 relating to water, authorizing the expenditure of green stormwater infrastructure funds for 3 Storm to Shade projects and declaring an emergency.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. The next item to be considered separately.
Is item Y, the agreement with Motorola for public safety communication radios.
Yes, I just wanted to consider this item separately only because of the incredible work that is really resulting in this approach with Motorola. Motorola announced in early 2021 that effective January 1st of 2024, they will no longer service the make and model of communication radios currently being utilized by the Tucson Police Department, Tucson Fire Department, and the Public Safety Communications Department. Replacing the radio equipment will be an investment spread over an 8-year period. But I wanted to note, and I wanted to thank our congressional delegation, especially Senator Sinema and Senator Kelly, for choosing this particular project as a member-directed investment that they are bringing back to the city of Tucson. So this is an annual capital cost of $3.56 million plus ongoing annual technology cost of $490,000. The small upfront cost for the city of Tucson will be about $550,000, followed by a 7-year period financed annual capital cost. So it is an expensive proposal, and I wanted to make sure that I brought attention to the this particular project being chosen by both Senators Sinema and Kelly, and I wanted to thank them for their investment in the city of Tucson through their annual appropriation. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the item on the consent agenda. There is, oh, may I ask for a motion? May I ask for a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Rankin, I think you had a comment?
Just a quick note for the record, we had mentioned in the mayor and council communication that at the time the materials went out, we were still working through some final edits with the attorneys for Motorola. It had to do with language describing how data can and cannot be shared to protect confidentiality and certain Arizona statutory requirements. I just wanted to let you know we've reached resolution on that language, so we'll be able to proceed with the agreements based on your approval of the resolution.
Thank you so much for the update. Alrighty, so we voted on this item. We move on to item 8.
Public hearing, Gabriel State Land Annexation.
So, Ms. Clerk, at the advice of Mr. Rankin, our city attorney, he suggested that we can consider items 8, 9, and 10 together as a single and combined public hearing. They are all annexations adjacent to H2K and will become a part of the H2K development PAD. So help me navigate this combined public hearing, Ms. Clerk.
So item 9 is the public hearing on the J State Land Annexation District, and item 10 is a public hearing on the Cody State Land Annexation. We have a few requests to speak that some have asked to speak on regarding both or all three.
So do I need to read the communication number for each, or how does that work?
If you would.
Communication number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. thank
So
you.
this is what I'll do. City Manager's communication number 196 dated July 18th is received into and made part of the record. This public hearing is to last for no more than an hour. At this time, speakers will be allowed to speak regarding any and all of the 3 annexation district items. City Manager's communication number 202 dated July 18th is received into and made part of the record. And then City Manager's communication number 197 dated July 18th is received into and made part of the record. So with that, we will call speakers. Like I said, speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are represented, and whether or not you are a public speaker. Retained speaker. Let's see. So we have Mr. Schalmer. And I can't read your last name, so if you could state your name for the record.
Chalmer Gant, G-A-N-T. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I live in Pima County, Vail, part of the Hanson Ridge community. And when I found out about this annexation, it disturbed me. I am new to this area, military vet, moved here for Raytheon, and I chose this community because of the how close it is to a great school system, the beautiful neighborhood, and for me to find out that underneath our noses, as the scripture says, the enemy comes in and sows tears at night. You know, I wake up and I find out that there's an annexation of pretty much my backyard. I'm concerned about the wildlife, concerned about how close this is going to be to the school system. It's budding right up to an elementary school, and maybe it'd be more considerable if it was for retail or something that may serve the community a little bit better without bringing so much harshness to the environment. But this is going to be an industrial build, which I would imagine, I can't imagine, were kids trying to learn, and then going to an adjacent neighborhood, still hearing the same type of industrialization or whatever the sounds are going to be, not only the smells and the concerns for the environment to that neighborhood. I mean, we're right there, and the only thing that's separating us based off of the Zoom call is a small wash, which they seem to champion to pacify fears or concerns of the community, which they didn't give a description of how big the buffer would be, which is a concern. I don't think that enough communication was given to the community, as well as enough concern is given to the surrounding. This might have been a little bit more conceivable if the approval of Hanson Ridge wasn't built, and maybe the Pima County, Vail, and Tucson could work to move the elementary school, but that wasn't done. And I hear that you all are considering to place these items here with the community and the elementary schools still being in place. I would like you all to reconsider that. I do oppose the H2K. And I would also like a little bit more transparency in what the users are, what plans you all plan to do, or what considerations you all are willing to consider in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Shelmer. I don't believe that we can respond during the public hearing. I thank you for your concerns, duly noted. Darcy Mentone. Darcy Mentone.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, my name is Darcy Mentone. I'm here representing the Vail School District tonight. We were just recently made aware of the annexation that is going to happen around Acacia Elementary School. So I'm here to tell you tonight a little bit about Acacia Elementary School. We have 22 schools in Vail. Acacia was our second school built. It's been there for 40 years. And it, for a long, long time, has been a hub of the community. As you know, Vail does not have its own government. We don't have a lot of public facilities, so the schools have been used as public facilities throughout the history of the Vail community, and Acacia has been one of those hubs for 40 years now. It is a National Blue Ribbon school. It has been labeled an A+ school multiple times by the Department of Education and by different organizations throughout the state. We just, as the Vail School District, our primary concern is, of course, for the safety of our students and for our families and the community. So as this goes forward, we do understand that it is zoned for industrial use. We are hoping that the Vail School District can be a part of some of those conversations so that we can make sure that the usage of the land is commensurate with the mission and the vision of the school that it is going to be adjacent to. We also, of course, need to make sure that things are going to be safe for our students, as that is always our primary concern. So I just wanted to come and introduce ourselves tonight. This annexation is basically going to happen in the gateway to Vail. So when you get off Colossal Cave Road, our town site is right there on Colossal Cave Road. And so this parcel is basically going to annex kind of the entrance or the gateway to Vail. So we do definitely want to make sure that we are involved with conversations moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mentone. Stuart Katz. Stuart Katz.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is Stuart Katz and I live in Vail. I do not live in the city of Tucson. I am opposed to the annexation of the 3 properties. And the reason is I've been involved in the development of the Incorporate Vail plan, and that will hopefully be on the ballot in November, where the citizens of Vail will decide their future, okay? It is unwise and really need to wait until see what happens with the will of the people in our democratic society to decide the fate of Vail. If they fail to incorporate, there's not going to be an entity that's going to be in your way to go ahead and annex. Now, people will want to be involved in how that's done, but I've talked to over 1,000 people, and I've not found anyone, whether they were for incorporation or against incorporation, that wants any property, any more property annexed by the city of Tucson. The city of Tucson has over 30,000 acres south of I-10 that is undeveloped, so why do you need more? That's the question. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. JJ Lamb? JJ Lamb? David Lara, oh, is this JJ? Okay, go ahead. Use the second taller mic. Thank you.
Mayor Romero and Tucson City Council members. My name is JJ Lamb. I'm actually a Tucson native, but I live in Vail, and my family has been lived in Vail since 1971. I am here today on behalf of the Vail community and the Vail Preservation Society. And I want to express my opposition to this annexation. The annexation of the Cody and Gabriel parcels. These parcels are adjacent to the H2K industrial development. This is a development that will be approximately 2,160 acres on the north side of Interstate 10 between Houghton Road and Colossal Cave Road. The Cody annexation will encapsulate on 3 sides the Acacia Elementary School with potentially, we don't know exactly what they are, industrial uses. This is extremely concerning. What will this unknown industrial use bring to the virtually unchanged historic landscape and the community? What environmental damage and toxins will be introduced into the environment around the Acacia Elementary School? What will students, teachers, staff, and families be exposed to as a result of this annexation? We have extremely deep concerns and ask for environmental studies before any industrial project or construction begins. We care very deeply about education and our students in Vail. They're our future. We also care about our heritage. Vail is a 143-year-old community with a very deep history. The Cody and Gabriel parcels are along Colossal Cave Road. This is, it passes really through a virtually unchanged historic ranching landscape. This section of Colossal Cave Road is the entry to Vail's historic town site and sole remaining built environment. These annexations will impact the 1908 Old Vail Post Office and the 1935 Shrine of Santa Rita in the desert. All development that increases traffic will negatively impact these historic National Register listed adobe buildings. And this also can lead to really the erasure of Vail's very significant and important Mexican-American culture. When the very last remnants are erased, that's it. It actually kind of has taken me back to my teenage years, when in the late 60s and early 70s, Tucson really drank the urban renewal Kool-Aid. And there was lots of federal money, and Tucson really erased a lot of its important heritage. And I know that I'm sure for most of you, and for most of the people that I'm with, we recognize now how destructive that was. So I'm not just concerned, I'm very concerned about our heritage. I'm extremely concerned about the environmental effects on our students. But what is a place with no memory? And, I don't know that this is connected, but I have suspicions that the new RTA Colossal Cave Road expansion project that's suddenly popped up as #1, I have to think that maybe they're connected, because a large industrial site of that size is going to need, lots of access. But what's the real cost? What's the cost in health? What's the cost in transportation? And what's the cost to our future? And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. David Lara. David Lara.
Hi, my name is David Lara. I'm a new resident to the Vale area. Sorry, already a little broken up about this. I moved to Vale for my daughter. I grew up everywhere around the country, all over the west coast of the country. I finally wanted to set roots. I found a place in Vale where I have absolutely amazing neighbors, a community that I couldn't have prayed more for. Coming into our neighborhood, there's a single road that brings everybody into Vale. As you've heard, and you will continue to hear from everyone in Vale, it is the gateway into our Colossal Cave is our gateway into Vale. Replacing that with heavy industry into Colossal Cave, which is a natural structure, is counterproductive. That is the exact opposite of what preserving the national land behind Vale and around it and surrounding it is counterproductive to that. I understand development has to happen, change will come, but I moved to Vale for its school districts and for the natural environment that my daughter would be growing up in. I grew up in a tiny, tiny town in Texas where I grew up with cows, exploring and having a lot of fun out in nature. I want that for my daughter. I don't want her surrounded by a bunch of heavy industry. I don't know what that is going to mean. I don't know if it's going to mean chemicals. I don't know if it's going to surround her school. She's going to be around it every single day. As many have told you, the wash is what we've been told is going to be the buffer. I can see that school from my house. No amount of buffer from industrial area where I can literally see the school is going to be enough to protect the children that are going to be in that community, that are going to be going to that school day in and day out. Please do not vote to have this annexation. Please do not bring heavy industry to Vale. Like it has been said, there is lots of land that is already owned by Tucson. Please use that. Do not destroy our community to slightly grow Tucson. It has hundreds and hundreds of acres of land. You don't need these. Thank you.
It's Jose Campos, I think, Jr. Jose Campos. Corpus?
Sorry, I have illegible handwriting.
That's okay. Go ahead. Jose Corpus, Jr.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I recently read the H2K Planned Area Development document. Under Section D, you have outlined benefits to the community and have stated that this PAD includes discussions and interactions with nearby community. Yet, the nearest neighborhood, Hanson Ridge, which a major of us are a part of, has not been given the appropriate time until today to speak our concerns, which feels slightly unjust. Right? Another reason this annexation is a bad idea is that it'd be eliminating the possibility of expanding our future public services, such as Acacia Elementary School and the Vale Post Office. If we look at the Cody annexes, it completely engulfs Acacia, and it also takes up the back portion of the Vale Post Office. We know by the latest US Census that Vale is growing at an approximate rate of 4.27 annually, and that number will only continue to grow. So knowing this, it's not a matter of if Vale will need these services expanded, but when, right? Another reason is that this land also touches a residential community, which hasn't been completed. Once completed, will be 450 homes. According to US Census, Vale has an average population of 3 individuals per household. 3 times 450 brings us to 1,350 individuals directly affected right next door to this industrial land, not including the 747 Acacia students that attend Acacia Elementary, not including the staff. We also know that within a mile radius, there's Aquillo Ridge, there's Rancho Del Lago, there's the Old Vale Elementary Middle School, and we have Cienega and a preschool that are all within a mile radius of this industrial area. If we do get a company that comes and industrializes, companies have shown that they work under a motto, right, which is profits over people. Tucson is currently in a lawsuit against 3M for knowingly polluting our waterways with a forever chemical. So these companies, whoever comes, might put profits over people, stakeholders over family members. Also, according to a study conducted by the National Institute of Environmental Research, showed that residents living in vicinity of industrial complexes leave a high risk of acute chronic diseases, including respiratory and allergic conditions. So to reiterate my points, the community that will be the most affected, Hanson Ridge, hasn't had an opportunity to speak until today. We will eventually need services expanded, which Cody will eliminate the ability to. Companies will often put profits over people, putting the lives of the 1,350 residents and the 747 students at risk. If we do allow this to continue, we are actively choosing to put the children that attend Acacia, Octio, Seneca High School, and the preschool at risk, making every children's birthday a privilege and not a right. The city of Tucson, in good faith, cannot move forward with the annexation of the H2K development or any of the annexes. It would unfortunately benefit the few at the expense of the many. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sarah Curley. Sarah Curley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Curley. I am a 10-plus year resident of Vail, and I'm here speaking for myself. Excuse me. Like everyone else who is up here, I moved out to Vail for the schools. I am a parent of a school-age child in the Vail School District. Like everyone else has said, I have a number of grave concerns about proposed unknown to the residents industrial use. Everyone, because it's unknown, we're all thinking it's the absolute worst. With the one parcel completely encapsulating Acacia, who knows what that's going to do to the kids, whatever the industry is. Are there going to be, VOCs? Is it going to be in the air? How is that going to affect the instructors and the children's ability to do their job, which is teaching and learning? What are the downstream effects as the children grow? Will there be, reproductive impacts, learning impacts? So I'm not in favor of it going forward. If it does, I would very strongly urge a really scrutinize the environmental impacts of the proposed use. I'm also concerned about some of the historical impacts. As JJ had said, once that's gone, it's gone forever, and that is history that really shouldn't be lost. The additional traffic impacts and how it will affect, the teacher or the parents every year when school starts. Facebook is flooded with, it took forever. It's going to get worse with the issues with people have been bringing up about car accidents, additional traffic concerns. It's only going to get worse. So I personally am opposed to this annexation, and I would strongly urge the mayor and council to think very hard about this, as it would affect the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. We have no additional cards, but I do want to ask if there is anyone in the audience wishing to be heard on this item. Come on up, there's several. Come on up, please state your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson, and if you are a paid speaker.
Hi, my name is Charmaine Smith. I live in Tucson. I work for Vail. I work for Acacia. And I just want to say that I've lived all over the world. I moved to Vail when I first got here, and I fell in love with it. It's a small family community, and I can't imagine them putting a building or whatever they're going to build in Vail and just taking the beauty away from our community. I work at, like I said, I work at Acacia. I'm a special needs parapro. I do crossing guard, so I see all the traffic, and that whatever they're going to build is going to be right across from me. I'm just concerned about our babies. It's just really concerning, and I really oppose against whatever they're going to build.
Thank you so much for coming. Anyone else? Alrighty, please state your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, and if you're a retained or paid speaker.
Jennifer Maddox. I'm a resident of Vail, not Tucson, and I am not a paid speaker. I do oppose further annexation of the properties in Vail for many, many reasons, most of which have been cited very eloquently by the other attendees. There's so many considerations within this, but there's also the component of revitalization of Tucson I get is important, right? And we want to bring jobs and we want to bring things into the community. This isn't an area that's easily accessible by folks who might work there, right? There are lots of industrial properties within Pima County that are actually within bus range, right? And so you could actually make industry in a place where people who need jobs and maybe don't even have transportation could get to a job and thus reduce traffic on the roads. We have seen accidents within that intersection right off of Colossal Cave on at least a monthly basis. So if you drive the number of vehicles in and out of that area, those accidents are only going to increase. My husband is a retired paramedic, and I know he's had to stop personally for at least 3 of them to help out until someone could arrive. I really don't want to see any more accidents. I really don't want to see any more deaths. And I really don't want to see more destruction of this natural beauty that exists in Pima County. I've lived in 6 or 7 different states within the United States. This is one of the most beautiful areas I've ever seen in my life. And seeing the wildlife areas and these riparian areas destroyed, it can't be undone. I really, really, really would urge, mayor and council members to seek out properties that are abandoned and that can be revitalized and to utilize those instead of, again, further stripping this natural beauty that we have in Pima County. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any others?
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is Susan Burtnett, and I'm a Pima County resident, but I'm very familiar with the area that's being considered for annexation, and there's been excellent points that have been made tonight. The annexation and bringing in the industrial development on the east side of Houghton Road seems very inconsistent with the type of communities that exist today, as well as the environmental infrastructure that's there. The headwaters to the Julian Wash come from the area with the J annexation, and I know there's been consideration of that as discussions have advanced with the annexation, but even a buffer is going to really impact the natural environment in that area. And there's so little of it left in the Tucson area. If you could consider other areas, and I think the previous speaker made a very excellent point that we do have a lot of areas in Tucson that were former industry or where industry could be revitalized, and reusing those sites versus the native desert and areas which buffer our residential areas, I think is really important. So I really oppose the annexation, and I think just considering the planning that goes into it, I recognize that there's been a lot of effort made to consider different things for the annexation, but I think there's better places for the industrial development and the consideration of leaving that area as a buffer for both residential, educational, and the community as a whole, as well as the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I do have a card here with the name Christina. I'll come up to the mic. Please state your name for the record and whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, and if you're a retained speaker.
Okay, my name is Christina. I live in Vail. I apologize for my attire, so I got off work and ran over here. However, I'm not paid. I came here on my own accord. I'm not really aware of what happened, if it's already been annexed or if this is going to be annexed, these areas, but I can tell you that All of our neighbors are upset. Like, nobody wants to, no offense to Tucson, but nobody wants to be next door to Tucson in Vail. We just want to be Vail, and we want to, I don't know if we're going to incorporate or if we're not, but if y'all could at least wait until we're done figuring that out, that would be cool. Because, but I'm just saying, like, I used to live in Tucson, and I left Tucson for a reason. And I think everybody in Vail, probably most of us agree that we would like to be in Vail and not have Tucson be right on our door, you know. And whatever agenda is going to happen there, we just want to keep it Vail and not have Tucson agendas breathing down our neck. I know it's close and it's going to be happening everywhere, but if you could please consider all of the residents there in your discussions, that'd be great. That we don't want any of this to happen. Thank you.
Well, that was the last card that we have in front of us. This item is closest, this land is closest to Ward 4, so I'd have Councilwoman Lee open up the item.
Could we close the public hearing?
And we need to close the public hearing.
Can we just
before-
hang on that for a second?
Okay.
Can we, I just have some things I want to chat about based on all of the feedback that we have heard tonight. Mr. Rankin, I'm going to throw it over to you initially, and then Carrie, I'm going to come to you for just a little bit of clarification and understanding for all of us on what it is that we're doing here tonight, what has led up to this point. So for Mr. Rankin, I was wondering if you could start out by telling us, first of all, how we got here, right? It seems like a lot of the neighboring folks kind of were caught off guard by this process, and I know we had a lot of discussion with the Vail map and these 3 parcels. I would appreciate if you could explain how we got here, really talk about whose land this is, right? And what we've done so far with H2K and the 2,000 acres and what this would do in terms of the existing already zoned H2K industrial space. And really, most importantly to me, talk about the process that would unfold if we move this forward tonight and what tonight's vote really means so that everyone has that level set understanding.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Lee. We got here because there was a annexation development agreement that was considered and approved by the mayor and council back in May that established the process for going forward for the consideration of the annexation of these identified annexation districts. And one thing I want to say is that annexation and zoning are 2 separate things. Annexation just establishes corporate boundaries, whether an area of land is located within city limits or outside of city limits. The issue of how a property is developed, what its zoning is, whether it's industrial, whether it's residential, et cetera, is established through its zoning. So the procedure for annexation is strictly set forward in Arizona statute, and it includes having a public hearing and giving notice to the people who reside within the proposed annexation districts so they can come and they can address the mayor and council, which is what's happening tonight. But the actions tonight don't result in annexation, and they don't result in these identified annexation districts becoming part of the city of Tucson. Instead, what it does is it now allows the process to move forward so that the zoning issues, which is what most everybody's been talking about here tonight, can be discussed and developed through a public process. And that public process will include public notice to all the affected residents in areas, including the school district, by the way, and the superintendent. And they will have all have an opportunity to come in through the zoning examiner public process and then ultimately back to the mayor and council for additional public process to comment on the proposed future development of these areas. So what you're hearing tonight is comment based on the notice that has gone out for the public hearing at this beginning part of the process. That will allow the zoning consideration to move forward, which would be an amendment to the existing zoning for the property areas located within these annexation districts. And that process will start with a neighborhood meeting. And so if the process moves forward, the neighborhood meeting will be noticed. It's anticipated to be August 7th, give or take, right around that time frame. And that will start the process for the consideration of the zoning. And it's only after that zoning process goes forward that it would come back to the mayor and council for consideration and taking any steps. But first of all, it's going to go through that zoning process, starting with the neighborhood meeting and then proceeding to the zoning examiner public hearing.
And Mr. Rankin, for clarification, there still has to be a gathering of signatures for folks nearby to even get to the point of that next step. Is that correct?
The conclusion of the public hearing tonight will trigger the 12-month period for the gathering of signatures of property owners within the defined districts. Now, in this case, that's Arizona state land. So the key piece of this moving forward is going to be the public process for the consideration of the zoning and the conditions on zoning and development buffers and limitations that might be included in the proposed amendment to the H2K PAD amendment. But yes, you are correct. This triggers that 12-month period for the collection of signatures.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Rankin. Carrie, if you could just talk a little bit about the concerns that you've heard tonight and kind of your role in this process and what your thoughts are.
Absolutely. Mayor, members of the council, Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan, representing the State Land Department. I do want to point out Karen Dada with the State Land Department is also virtually with us today. So if she comes off mute to correct me on something, you'll know where that voice is coming from. As you all know and are aware, we, as part of representing the State Land Department, we're going to be taking a lead role. We are a lead role in the zoning process. So as Mr. Rankin indicated, that process is starting next. I took copious notes on all the issues that we heard. The people who will be notified of the neighborhood meetings, it will include, if not all, portions of Hanson Ridge. It's a required notification of 400 feet from the external. I did speak with the superintendent of Vail today to open that dialogue as well, and concerns I know that he has about Acacia. And so we're heading into that process now. We don't come before you again until we have worked through that process for anything that would finalize the zoning nor finalize the annexation. So this is all going to be part of that process, and we're going to be engaging with all of the neighbors as part of that process. I can talk more about the process, but I'll leave it at that if you have any other follow-up questions.
Okay. Actually, I would appreciate if you touch a little bit on the process, just so everyone kind of knows the level that their voice is going to be able to be integrated into this process. That'd be really great.
Sure. Mayor, members of the council, as Mr. Rankin indicated, it starts with a neighborhood meeting. And so we'll be notifying everybody who's required to be notified of the neighborhood meeting. That's all property owners within 400 feet of the external boundary of the zoning area, as well as neighborhood associations, City of Tucson neighborhood associations within a mile. So we'll be having that meeting. There's a lot of information that we heard tonight that definitely, I understand the concerns. There's a lot of misinformation out there on what kind of industrial we're talking about and the way we can mitigate for the school and some of the traffic and some of the other issues. The next step in the process is then the official application, the PAD application going in, and then there's two public meetings, one public hearing in front of the zoning examiner. And again, all those same people will be notified. As our team goes through this process, we have historically engaged more than just at the neighborhood meeting. So as neighbors have concerns, if they can't make it to the neighborhood meeting, if there's a smaller group that wants to speak with us, we are all ears, all open, want to make sure the good information is out there and there's a good dialogue back and forth. We understand there are some folks who will not want to won't want to engage in that dialogue and just want to oppose it, and there is a space for that, and that would be at the zoning hearings. For those that want to engage and talk about how we write the PAD so that we're protecting some of these interests, that's where we're kind of headed. The other thing I want to point out is that state land, I know that the incorporation is on its way in Vail, and the state land department did work closely with the incorporation effort on both the boundaries of the incorporation, with the knowledge that these three pieces were going to be part of an annexation. So that information has been out there and coordinated, at least with the folks who are putting forward the incorporation.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Rankin. Thank you, Carrie. So I am too a parent in the Vail School District, so I hear all of your concerns. I completely understand where you're coming from. When I first moved out to Ward 4, there was tons of open land behind my house, and when I learned that that was being developed, I shared your concerns. What's going in here, and how is this going to impact me? Knowing that there's going to be a lot of opportunity to bring these concerns in and be a very active part of this process, and knowing how much work Carrie and her team puts into making sure that there's alignment and that all these voices and concerns are integrated, I do feel comfortable moving forward with the public process. And so, Mayor, what I would like to do is move that we, step one, close the public hearing and make that in a form of a motion.
Second.
There is a motion to close the public hearing. There's a second. Any further discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Sorry. This public hearing is closed. What is the council's pleasure?
So, Mayor, again, knowing that there's going to be a lot of conversation over the next 12 months, my door is open 100% to meet, to be an active part of this conversation and make sure that there's alignment and everyone feels good about where we're potentially headed. I would like to move to direct staff to continue with the Gabriel Annexation District, the J Annexation District, and Cody Annexation District process to begin that process.
So that is in the form of a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cunningham.
So I'm on record as supporting the Vail annexation. And I actually think the Vail annexation is really important. I think there's room to discuss long-term, and as we go into this process, of possibly allowing part of this to go into Vail. I know that's not necessarily in Tucson's best interest, but it's probably in our region's best interest. And so if the town of Vail becomes a town, I think I want to leave that door open to some degree, because I think there's an opportunity there to create a good region. So that's the one thing I'll add, but otherwise I'm in favor of moving forward.
All right, any other comments or discussion? Question from Vice Mayor Kozachik.
Mr. Rankin, or maybe Carrie, I don't know, are these parcels included in the map of the incorporation effort?
Vice Mayor Kozachik, no, they are not. In fact, the incorporation effort and the folks who were bringing the incorporation petition forward, worked with so that they understood the boundaries, made sure that these were not part of that process, that proposal.
So we approved the H2K state land agreement some time ago. Why do they need these parcels as well as what we've already agreed to?
Mayor, members of the council, these are adjacent parcels to the H2K that when we first adopted the H2K, we weren't adding annexation to that process. As we've started to have discussions and kind of just think about the planning and had discussions with the Vail Incorporation folks, it makes sense for these parcels. They're not going to be developed by themselves and to be brought into the H2, both into the city of Tucson, because they're not part of the incorporation, and then brought into the H2K. And again, we're starting that zoning process now, so we'll be having that discussion with the community as we move forward.
I'm less concerned right this second with the zoning process as to why weren't these parcels included the first time we had this conversation?
I think there was just we hadn't had the state land had not had the selection board. There's a whole selection board that has to take place in order to approve things for annexation, and that took a little while to do. And they were, sorry, Karen is, it's there. There's a separate process that we have to go through for state land in order to get the authorization to annex, and that was a little bit behind the original H2K, and that's occurred now.
Okay, and this is currently state land.
Yes, it's currently
So
state land.
Annex something, it's the owner of the owner of the land that votes as to whether or not to come into the city. And so who votes in this case?
Mayor, members of the council, I think there may be two different issues. So the state land cannot annex, the state land department cannot annex unless and until what's called the selection board, and I can't remember the statutory makeup of the selection board, but they have to authorize it ahead of time. So unlike a private annexation, where it's just the property owner, right, whoever the entity is, there's actually a state process to start and to be comfortable with an annexation. And then once it's time to circulate the petitions, the signature, I believe, is the state land commissioner, but again, has to be authorized by that selection board.
So
Did I
none of
just
the
make
people
that
here
worse?
tonight will be asked if whether or not, they won't repeat this conversation. The state will make that determination as to whether or not they accept our initiative to annex them.
The state land commissioner will be the one to sign the petition. The state land selection committee, which is the governor, the attorney general, and the treasurer for the state of Arizona, thank you, Karen, are the ones who actually make the initial decision to say, yes, we're willing to annex. And then, go ahead.
Got it. How are these zoned right now? How is this land zoned right now?
Mayor, members of the council, there's a portion of it is already industrial, and I think the other portion is rural, is RH, rural homestead.
So when you begin, the kind of general you begin the zoning conversation, or maybe let me back up. We will go through an original city zoning process for this, and so whatever the existing zoning is will automatically transfer from what it is now. And so we're not really talking about changing a use, but bringing the existing zoning entitlement in with this annexation conversation.
Mayor, members of the council, we're actually going to, the plan is to, and this is in the pre-annexation and development agreement, is to run those simultaneously. So we will be discussing the original city zoning at the same neighborhood meeting and zoning hearings, as we will also discuss any inclusion in the PAD. So we want to be very forthright with what we're doing during the zoning process and talk about both of them and have them both approved at the same time. You're right, state law requires that there be original zoning, which is that translational zoning, but then we want to be having the discussion pretty quickly, especially because of what we heard tonight and some of the clarification of information we need to make on the PAD. Does that answer?
Okay. One of the questions that I just danced around a little bit today during our RTA discussion, JJ brought it up as well, and that is there is a 1908 Old Vale post office and a 1935 Shrine of the Santa Rita in the desert that will be impacted by the RTA Colossal Cave I-10 to Marion Cleveland project. And I'm be honest, I didn't get a real clear answer on the RTA conversation because it didn't really articulate it this way, but now that it's out there, what opportunities will the public have to preserve those two historic sites as a part of this overall process, setting aside the RTA process, this process?
So, Mayor, members of the council, that those pieces are not within the annexation district. So as we do the zoning area, so as we do the PAD, we're zoning the land that's within the boundaries of the annexation and the H2K PAD. So there's nothing for us to really adopt. And I believe, I have to go back and look, but I think even the existing H2K PAD does acknowledge sites within a certain perimeter. So I think it's acknowledged. Again, I need to go back and take a closer look. It's been a while. But from a regulatory standpoint and a preservation standpoint, it's not going to be within the boundary of the zoning.
And so for JJ, I don't agree that this is some sort of an RTA conspiracy. That Mary Ann Cleveland project was approved by the voters in 2006. And so there's nothing happening now that's sort of subterfuge to grab these two historic parcels and get it. The county in the last 24 hours has sent emails out to people with a whole variety of concerns. Some of them are simply scrivener's errors on correcting designations. Others, for instance, the county requests that our Acacia School be included in the annexation. The county wants the city to take all of Trotter's Sister Road. I'm not familiar with the area, so I haven't got a clue what those are, but they've got like 3 pages of these. How are we going to respect or acknowledge the county's concerns, not just about the scrivener's errors, that's easy, but to make sure that those concerns are incorporated in whatever we're doing tonight?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Kozaczek. Mike Chkowski, City of Tucson, members of Mayor and Council. I have spoken extensively with county staff on that letter. The areas that they referenced that they request that we annex are within the proposed Vail incorporation area. So we could not annex them at this point, even if we chose to. And to be perfectly honest, because of the uniqueness of annexing state land and the process with that, it's much cleaner for us to keep them separate. If at the end of whatever happens with the Vail incorporation, if that doesn't go forward, whatever happens then, we could have that conversation at that time, but this may not be the most appropriate time to incorporate those into this annexation, just to keep everything as clean as possible with this process.
And since you brought it up, my final question is sort of touching on Paul's question or point. I am also concerned about preempting the Vail residents' decision as to whether or not to incorporate. I want them to incorporate. I wish you all would. But you know, you're leaving state money on the table by staying out there in unincorporated Pima County. You don't have the opportunity to make your own decisions from a governmental standpoint and all those good things that you're arguing about. But they've got a vote coming up, and we 2 or 3 weeks ago approved that vote. It's sort of our ministerial duty to let them do that vote. If we do this tonight, is there even the opportunity to go back and retroactively say they are now, these areas are now a part of Vail? Based on what you just said, I don't think that's even a possibility.
Well, we did work closely, and the Vail, remind me of the name of the Incorporate Vail, the entity that's leading the Vail Incorporation, did work with Arizona State Land and city staff so as not to incorporate any vacant Arizona State land in their boundaries. That was at the request of Arizona State Land Department. So if it does go forward, these parcels will not be included in it, and they would not be part of anything that's with Vail. And the way these would be running simultaneously, the election for that more than likely is to occur before this final consideration by the mayor and council.
So the Vail incorporation vote has nothing to do with these parcels?
Correct.
And they won't, and they can't because the state doesn't want to be a part of it?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for your questions. Before we do the motion or did we already do the motion? Okay. So in terms of discussion, first and most importantly, I want to thank the Arizona State Land Department, which has worked very closely with my office as well as Ward 4, Councilwoman Lee, and I know have